There we go. Sorry. I had to restart OBS because for some reason my multi-stream thing wasn't working earlier. I'm also going to take a break. You guys can listen to Philippe snoring.
HCM is a serious heart condition affecting as many as 1 in 200 people. Like me.
And me. It can impact how you feel and what you can do.
I still felt tired on my beta blocker. So I talked to my cardiologist.
About treatment advances in HCM that gave me new options.
It was a breakthrough for me.
That conversation was big for me.
Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Childhood cancer it's hard, but St. Jude has gotten us through it. St. Jude is hope.
Oh my gosh. I forgot Philippe brought me some goodies when he came over. Do you know, Promith, do you know what we can fact check too ourselves. Do you know what the statute was specifically? I'd like to look up the verbiage myself.
I can't believe they're just sitting on all this cash.
If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you can
Oh.
sell all or part of it to Coventry, even a term policy.
I just realized that my headache is actually goes down into my neck and upper back. Ow. Ow.
I don't hear anything anymore.
Find out if you're sitting on a gold
Ugh.
mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-459-2600.
In the 9th month? Jesus.
At Harry's, we designed our razors to start sharp and stay smooth, so your eighth shave is as smooth as your first, and at as little as $2 per blade. They cost half of what the other guys charge. Break up to Harry's. Get your trial set for just $7 at harrys.com/smooth.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better
Oh my god. My head is killing me.
the brand I trust.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance,
Yeah.
you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first
Yeah,
time,
I'm looking at
the
an article
parents
about it right now.
of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Laura, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases,
Oh,
the
do
answer's
you
gonna be yes,
trust
in some
experts
cases,
now?
The answer is going to be no, and the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun.
Yeah,
knowing
Rex, I
that the
tend
kid
to
is
agree.
potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak
fuck?
as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little
Sorry.
faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today
Yeah,
than
right.
it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools?
Making
what do we do
shit
to
up.
protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools.
Oh, okay. So in order to make sure there are fewer arms in schools, you want to increase the number of arms in schools. That makes sense. Yeah.
And take guns out of the hands of bad guys. It just doesn't fit with recent experience.
That makes so much sense.
And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this,
Oh, yeah,
we've got
Cyberman?
folks
How you
that
liking it?
won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that
Hi,
Senator
Kayla.
Vance
I'm drinking water.
hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your
I'm in
gun,
Brooklyn.
but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator?
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that she was okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what
Christ
Tim
have
said,
mercy
actually,
on
about
all of
food.
us for having to
I think it
fucking
illustrates
listen to
some of
this guy.
the frankly weird differences between our own countries.
Oh, he's trying to take weird. He's trying to take weird, frankly weird differences.
Way higher rates of mental health
We know what you're doing, JD.
or mental health, substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have.
Sounds like you're making a good case for universal health care.
That we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the
Arrest
streets.
the bad guys.
There's a whole host of things
What, you
that
mean
we
like the
can do,
felons?
But I do think in our schools we've got to talk about more security.
You know who's made a career out of arresting bad guys? Prosecuting bad guys and putting them away.
I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends.
Kamala Harris.
I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one
I became friends with school
firearm deaths
shooters.
happen in Minnesota
He
are
did?
rural suicides.
I didn't even fucking hear that.
And we have an epidemic of
course he did.
children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what
No,
we end up
Cyberman.
doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation.
Yeah, sorry,
I
Philippe
think
is
there's
snoring.
capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret? Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign...
It's funny, for
promises a
months people have been,
$25,000 down
I guess people
payment
stopped for a while,
assistance
but like,
for first-time home
he's
buyers
snored on
and
here
a
before, and for ages people were
$10,000
asking when he was gonna snore on my live again because it was so relaxing. Because I was just like, I was doing crochet and he was snoring in the background, and it was just like a chill hangout live. But now, of course, finally he comes back to snore on my live, and he's doing it behind the TV that we're all listening to.
It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing...
I don't know you, Cyberman.
It's something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts...
That's really dangerous. You understand that it's really dangerous for me to meet someone I don't know from the internet, right?
And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the...
Like, it's nothing personal. It's just fucking dangerous.
Using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock.
I do hope you enjoy New York City, but...
And we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment
I don't know,
assistance.
man.
We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with
Hi,
stable
Teasy.
housing
Oh,
have
nice.
stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think
Don't be
we should
mad,
be
dude.
able to find
You're
some
seriously
common
mad that
we can't
a woman on the internet wouldn't agree to meet up with a random person who, by the way, doesn't even have like a profile picture just because he wants to meet up? That makes you mad? I don't think you have any empathy for women.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, on
Definitely don't want to meet
your
up with you.
campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes,
Exactly, God.
remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to
Yeah, right.
build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country.
Stop
which does
lying.
drive up costs.
Oh my God.
Illegal aliens competing with
Stop
Americans'
lying.
homes
We
is
do want to blame Kamala Harris, but like, why, dude? Do you not know how this country works? Like, you should be forced to fucking take. I mean, I know he knows. That's the thing. I hope so. Like, he's got to know he's lying.
Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most
Oh,
important thing
God.
is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting.
Neither are you, dude.
She wants to enact
You've been a fucking senator, which means you have voted and not voted on legislation, and we can look at that fucking legislation, and you are part of the fucking problem. Your entire fucking history has created problems for this fucking country. My God. He knows. Yeah, exactly. Hawk hard.
You asked Margaret, what would
Also, thanks for the follow on Twitch.
change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill baby drill. One of the biggest drivers
Oh, for sure,
of housing
Giuseppe.
costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it.
Stop
If a truck
fucking,
driver's
like,
paying 40%
dude,
more for
what we
diesel
do want to do is blame Kamala Harris. Like, he just said
to build a
the
house,
fucking
it's also gonna be
quiet part out loud. He's admitting he just wants to blame Kamala Harris, even though she literally cannot fucking control the border. Also, once again, border crossings are lower now than they were under Trump.
but a whole host of other economic
because of the fucking executive actions that Biden passed, that Trump blocked when they were part of a bipartisan fucking immigration bill that was first introduced by Republicans.
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being
Hi,
used
Kim.
for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used.
I agree,
to
Kim.
be places where we
Nothing to
can
offer but lies. They're just relying on people being uneducated enough to not understand how much he's lying about how fucking laws work in this country.
We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes.
Why didn't, again, we should be kicking out illegal immigrants. Okay, why the fuck didn't Trump kick out any immigrants when he was... Why didn't he get rid of them all? Huh? Why didn't he do it?
Fact check, I'll check it. Look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office.
There we go.
But it's again blaming and not trying to find a solution. I was going to ask on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us.
Yeah, right,
And this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities.
The problem is, like, he is, right? JD Vance is the best that they have to offer because he's a fucking smooth talker. He knows his audience is stupid. He knows his audience doesn't know how the fucking country works and how laws work. And he's relying on that.
Economists, Senator Benji, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Oh, exactly, Kim. So Kim on YouTube says, that's true that they rely on uneducated people. It just shows how many uneducated people there are in this country. Exactly, which is also, by the way, why the Republican Party and Republicans and conservatives keep defunding education and keep trying to dismantle the Department of Education. They like people stupid because they can lie to them much more easily. Why is my TikTok live keeps like disconnecting? I'm sorry, guys. Learn more about U.S. elections.
It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris.
God, I hope not, Giuseppe. I don't think they're that stupid.
We're a country of explorers, but we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to...
Oh yeah, no, he's doing fine debating. Because the problem is he's also willing to lie. He's so willing to lie.
Everything exactly as Kamala Harris...
As he himself has said publicly. He said he's willing to make up stories.
...to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity.
I don't know, Giuseppe.
The thing that is most
It might kick off World War III.
is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. That in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you, gentlemen. We have a lot
My bed was made, but then Philippe got on it and messed it all up. My bed was perfectly made, and then Philippe messed it up. With Rizzo. They got in there and messed it up. I'll fix it. He's asleep on the couch anyway.
President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot
Of course,
family members
because that's not how it used to be.
I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched
Oh,
on
nice,
Medicaid on
Giuseppe.
private insurance
That's
for
good.
the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark.
Why wouldn't they?
Common sense, I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore
Why not?
volunteers, and it
Yeah,
would
you should
actually
present it
be
beforehand. You should present it
take a bipartisan negotiation.
beforehand. Just like every other fucking
President, and
person,
record to be proud
candidate
of.
in history
Prescription drugs,
has presented at the very least an outline of legislation they plan to push through.
Leadership. Prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about
I swear,
1.5%.
Diego, it
They
happened
introduced
on
pricing
camera
transparency.
while
You
everyone
go
was
to
here.
healthcare, you go into a hospital, you try to buy something,
Sorry,
and
Riz.
nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, you know, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs,
What are you referring to?
destroy the program. Instead,
What are you referring to?
he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care.
What are you
It's
fucking
not
talking about,
perfect, of
dude?
course, and there's so much more that
No,
we
he
can
didn't.
do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies.
What are you
He's
fucking
earned it
talking about?
Because he did it successfully the first time.
No, he didn't. He literally didn't.
Being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before.
Yeah, this is a
Those of you
skit,
listening,
right?
this is
This has
critical
got to be a
here.
comedy
Now,
skit.
Donald Trump all of a sudden
This is
wants to
SNL, right?
go
We're watching
back and
SNL.
remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that will be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They're figuring they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Yeah, like Trump tried to fucking repeal the ACA. He tried to. And he didn't have a plan then, so he clearly doesn't have a fucking plan now. That was like 8 years ago. He didn't have a plan back then, so you're still telling me he doesn't have a fucking plan? He still just has concepts of a plan? Be so fucking for real.
A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address
Yeah,
that
right,
problem,
Promise?
and he did so in a way
That would've been
that
wild.
preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions.
I mean, he tried.
But again,
Could you imagine if he had been able to, if he had succeeded?
Make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing.
Take-home pay was higher. What are you fucking talking about?
Leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
No, of course not, Rex.
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you should. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there.
You were here for pizza?
And when we are able to make it,
good
and we
pizza.
are making it this way, when
I
we
want pizza now.
incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying
Exactly,
healthcare once you
Giuseppe.
get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you, Margaret.
Can I
Well,
address?
I'm
I
good.
apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret, let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for
By the
new
way,
parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if
child
Democrats
care.
win
Who
both
has
the
too much
White House
makeup?
and
Me?
Congress, this is a day one priority for you.
I'm gonna go put more on.
Employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's
You know, Congress passed child care, universal child care, universal daycare back in the 70s, and then Nixon vetoed it.
Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide.
I've made pizza from scratch, Giuseppe. I spent a whole year developing the greatest 1-hour pizza dough recipe in the world.
We in Minnesota passed a paid family
And I
medical
nailed
leave.
it.
You have a child, you and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth.
I have
That's
done
how
that
we
before,
become
Giuseppe, actually.
A pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue.
Yeah.
Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of
They're
the
fine,
economy that
Giuseppe. I
Donald
just
Trump has
still
set.
need, I need fosters for them. Either that or they're gonna. I just have to trap them and leave them at a fucking.
To the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're
Clinic,
saying is the
or
economy
whatever.
works best
Not clinic,
when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical
You know what
leave
I'm saying.
program, and I will tell you,
Shelter.
go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take
I need
it at both the
foster. I
supply
need
and
someone to
demand
take them in.
side. You can't expect the most important people in our
If I
lives
wasn't so
to take
fucking
care of
allergic, I
children
would, but I
or
can't
our
do it.
parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state.
Yeah, Giuseppe, I can drop that most, but what's likely going to happen is that they're gonna end up in a kill shelter, and I would really like to just find them a home.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid
Especially
leave
since that'll
program?
just be
And if so,
the
for
kindest
how
thing for
long
my
should
neighbor,
employers be
if she
mandated
knows that they're
to
like in a
pay their
home
employees
with a
while they're
person.
home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all,
Paid
Margaret,
parental
my
leave.
Republican colleagues
Where are you
and
at,
Democrats
TZ?
too have worked on this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible
Germany.
mother
Oh,
to our
nice.
3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator.
Yeah, I wonder
And I'm
what
so
how much
proud
it
of
is
her.
in
But being a
fucking
working
Spain.
mom, even for somebody with all
my
of the
head
advantages of my
my
wife,
head
is
is killing me.
extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes
Don't
it really
pretend to
hard
give
for
a
people to
fuck
choose the
about
family
women.
model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids.
Shut
We
the
should have
fuck
a
up.
family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald
You
Trump
don't
and Kamala
want that.
Harris's approach. I mean, look,
You don't
if
want
you look
that.
at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant
My
program
live
that
doesn't
spends
show
a lot
up?
of money from the federal government. These programs
What do you
only
mean,
go to one kind
intraday?
of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area
It's not
or an
showing
urban
up?
area and you'd like
Where
to
is
get
it not
together
showing up?
with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get
In your
access
list
to
of people who
any
are
of
alive?
these federal monies.
I thought I
We
was
wanna
getting
promote choice
suppressed,
in how
maybe.
we deliver family care and how we promote childcare.
I don't
Because,
know.
look,
I don't know what it
is
is.
unacceptable. And of course, Sam and I have been on the campaign trail.
Usually we have a lot bigger crowd here,
And
especially
one
for
of the biggest
debates.
complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking
Really?
care of their
Okay.
kids. That is an incredible
How did you find me?
burden to
Introduce.
put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank
Really?
you. You have
Shit.
also said, Senator Vance.
Yeah, TZ. Unfortunately, they do. GOPers do actually believe not just some of the stuff they're saying. They believe all the stuff. Well, it depends. When you're talking about fucking voters, the voters eat this shit
So I
up.
want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the
They're like a
$5,000
strawberry
per child
flavor?
tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Yeah, did anyone else have trouble finding this live?
Here a little bit is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave
That's
laborers
frustrating.
and then ship
I might have to
products back
restart the
into our
live.
country and undercut
Maybe on the
wages
next
of
commercial
American
break I'll
workers.
restart it.
It's part of the Donald Trump economic plan.
If there's another one.
Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and
I popped up
countries
real
that are
fast.
shipping
Okay. But you were
jobs
here at the
overseas.
beginning, right,
That's
Giuseppe?
part of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going
What are
to be
you
able
fucking
to provide
talking about?
paid family leave, childcare options
Dude,
that are viable and workable.
His
for a lot
fucking
of
economic
American
policy
families.
has already been found to result in a 5% fucking deficit.
How that will solve the
Additional
childcare
5%
shortage?
deficit.
Well, because
So
as
how
he
are you
said,
suddenly going to
a lot of
afford all these things that
shortages,
aren't
we
even
just don't
included
have
in the
enough
fucking plan?
resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options.
Um,
And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have
Not
to
that long.
induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families. Because the reason it's so expensive
Wait, an hour and a
right now
half?
is because you've got way
We've been
too
live
few people
since-
providing this very essential service.
We've been live since 9
Thank you,
p.m.
Senator.
Been
Senator
going on for an hour and a half
Walz,
already?
your ticket
What
also
the
has
fuck?
some childcare tax credit proposals. Do you think
Yeah,
Congress
lowering
will agree
taxes
to the
results in deficits if you don't
$6,000 credit for
fucking
newborns and $3,000 credit
actually
for children
make
over
up
the
for
age of
the
6, as your
the
campaign
lowered
has promised? Is that
income to the
realistic?
government. Big Mac.
These members of Congress are listening.
Also, they're not lowering taxes for you. They're lowering taxes for the fucking billionaires and shit. They don't give a fuck about you.
Whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that leaves you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. Because
Yeah.
we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be.
No,
open
we've
to
just
making
been live
deals.
for like
But the issue
30
is,
minutes.
The question you ask is,
Haven't
if
we?
you're going to pay for it with these tariffs, that's just adding another.
I went live at
4,000
9
that
p.m.
making less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here
It
is.
depends on what
if
a lot
those
of
members
money is.
Congress, I
Giuseppe.
can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure they'll talk about taxes.
JD is
sometimes,
part of the
but
problem.
they
Well,
will
he's a
lead with
symptom of the
childcare,
problem.
And they will lead with housing because we know the
Republicans are the
population of
problem.
some state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing.
Yeah, I've been live since around 9. I didn't realize this has been going on for an hour and a half.
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal.
Yep.
Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by.
Oh, you don't want to answer fucking questions about democracy. Got it. Yeah, you're gonna fucking try to. You're gonna do the same fucking thing.
Look, what President Trump has said is that there
Exactly,
were problems
Rex,
in
right.
2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've
Debate
said,
those
and
issues?
that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened?
It's fine,
Joe
roasted.
Biden became the
JD
president.
Vance is lying.
Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration.
That's not how policy
I believe that
happens.
We actually do have
Shut
a
the
threat
fuck
to
up.
democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat
It
of
is.
censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big
What?
technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And
What?
it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that
What?
is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years.
They do not,
I'm really
Giuseppe.
proud,
I've told him he should get
especially
checked
when I
out
was
for
raised
sleep
by two
apnea.
lifelong
I agree.
blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of
Jesus
Bob Kennedy
Christ.
Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. Of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle.
No, you
We ought to
fucking
defend our
aren't,
differences.
literally.
We ought to argue about
Ironically.
them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris
You
is
don't even
engaged in
understand the
censorship
fucking
at an
law. If you
industrial
think
scale.
that private
She's done it
companies
on
can't
COVID.
restrict
She's done it on
private
a
speech,
number
which
of
by the
other
way,
issues,
Truth
and
Social
that is
does,
a much bigger threat to democracy than what
you don't
Donald
understand the
Trump said
fucking law.
when he said
Like, you don't understand the
protesters should
Constitution.
peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Why is someone running for VP who doesn't understand the Constitution? It's written in plain fucking English.
I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
Me too, man.
there's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we could be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, "We're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties." The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with
Yep,
kids long enough to know
exactly,
what it is
roasted.
as a football coach. Sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a
Yeah,
president
exactly,
or
TZ,
anyone
right?
tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power.
Thank you, Rex.
And here we are 4 years
Yeah,
later.
please like and
in the
share
same
the
boat.
live.
I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner
Thank
needs
you,
to be
Rex.
the winner. This has got
Appreciate
to
you.
stop. It's tearing our country
Oh.
apart.
Couldn't connect, trying to reconnect.
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
What
Yeah,
is
well,
going
Tim,
on?
First of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power
What?
on January the 20th as we
What?
have for 250 years in this country. We're going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course,
You're gonna act as though none of the other shit fucking matters because he fucking did what literally every other fucking president before him has done without as much fucking complaining as him, without trying to overturn results the way he was doing. You fucking kidding me?
Said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin.
Thank you,
because
bitters.
the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz has said,
Yeah, right,
this is just a
Cheesy?
problem that Republicans have had.
Hi, animal.
Governor,
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that
Thank you,
happened.
animal crackers.
Donald Trump, can you do it? And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think...
Yeah, who the fuck is banning books?
And I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen.
Yeah, literally fucking unprecedented. But he wants a gold star for Trump for like on January 20th doing what he was forced to do on the 20th. You don't get a fucking gold star for doing something that literally everyone else before you did without a problem.
That is a damning non-answer. It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship.
Oh my God.
I think that there were problems in 2020.
He talks about censorship. You know who's censoring? Fucking Republicans. You guys are banning books. Who is censoring? Republicans. The Republican government. That's censorship. That is government censorship. That is the type of censorship that is actually outlawed by the fucking Constitution. When the government is practicing censorship. What about the don't say gay bill? Huh? Huh? Jesus.
Censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers should...
That's a private company. That's a private company. A private company can do it. Talk about Truth Social. Truth Social can fucking ban you for anything. And they do. And what about Elon Musk? Elon Musk bans people for not being fucking schmazzies. Like all the fucking time. Oh, but you have an issue with Facebook.
This is not a debate.
Okay.
It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues. A very high stakes debate.
Good God.
35 days out from election day.
All right. Should I restart the TikTok live or should we just...
Have just one segment left to make their case and their closing statements. More of the debate, more response and analysis.
Should I restart it? Or are we thinking it's fine? I don't know. We usually have a bigger crowd in here when things like this are going on.
I can't talk to a doctor about this.
But I will, yeah? All right. Okay. I hope you guys find me again. It'll be real quick. All right. I'm going to give it like a minute or two. Okay.
And she takes my insurance too.
And in the meantime, please go watch my most recent TikTok and share and whatnot. I don't know, my last couple of TikToks were not. No, Davis, because I was rushing to get on. I did want to put red lipstick on, but I was rushing last minute because I posted a TikTok right before going live. So go watch my latest TikTok. Please watch it all the way through and then engage with it and whatnot. It's a good one. It's a very good one. I want it to get, I think it needs to be seen. Okay, I'll be right back. Maybe I'll go put red lipstick on. We're still live on YouTube and Twitch.
More than ever, you need clarity.
We're still live on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to leave you guys live because it's a way bigger problem to restart stuff on you guys. Okay. 4,
This stuff's perfect for fall, right?
Yeah, it feeds your lawn now to strengthen the roots all winter for a better lawn next spring.
How do you know all
It
this?
says it right there on the back.
Yes, it does.
Download the My Lawn app today for lawn care tips and customized plans. Feed your lawn. Feed it.
Can Mariva support your brain health?
Mary Jane, hey.
Eddie, Bill, Fraser, Frank. Frank? Fred, how are you? Fred.
Support up to 7 brain health indicators, including memory. When you need to remember, remember Mariva.
Today's biggest feat wasn't booking appointments. It was the fact that the Silvas went 4 for 4 on getting all their flu shots with no tears. Bravery rewarded. When it's time for vaccines, it's time for CVS.
When we started Warby Parker, we just sold glasses and only online. But people liked them a lot. So we offered more things, like sunglasses and contacts.
Do we think it was long enough?
And in stores. So we did that. And now we have stores in neighborhoods all over. There you can chat with friendly opticians and get eye exams from top-notch doctors. Now, no matter where you go, we've got your eyes covered.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. And extra.
Okay, once this ad is done, I'm gonna restart on TikTok.
Years ahead. With our groundbreaking LMAX technology, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience. At Xchair, we've got our eye on the future of work, so you can focus on the present. Visit xchair.com to find out how you can own an Xchair for only $20 a month. Xchair.com.
All right. Now, I'm going live on TikTok again. Okay.
Here's your coffee.
Oh, best intern ever.
At least a minute.
Steve Spiker. Working on anything big?
Oh yeah, growth strategy.
Maybe I can help.
Yes. Can I get some oat milk?
Sometimes great challenge is right under your nose.
Uh-oh. Hiya. We're back. We're back.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statements. Senator Vance
closing
won
statements.
the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It
I
matters that
know.
you're here. And I'm
Yeah,
as
not on,
surprised as anybody
at least not
at
on
this coalition that
Twitch
Kamala Harris
and
has built.
YouTube.
From Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better.
How do I
than it
share
is.
the live?
And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be
Not in
an
the following.
opportunity
Okay.
economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself.
Yeah,
Now, look,
promise.
we all know who Donald Trump is.
This is
He's
the
told us,
final,
and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that.
the closing
His
statements,
first inaugural
basically.
address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid.
I'm trying to like, I'm on my alt account. I'm trying to like it as well.
Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to
look,
thrive.
if I go like this, it goes even
ask for
faster.
your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz.
Ugh,
you
can
folks
fucking
at
lie the
CBS
whole way
and, of course,
through.
the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother.
Oh, now you want to talk
when
energy.
she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often
Green
very
energy
tight.
is cheaper.
And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat.
That sounds like socialism.
That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies.
I know, right? It's easy. The guy who shot his own hunting buddy in the face.
For your family, that's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed.
Thank you, Amberlyn. Thank
She's been the vice
you.
president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400
Thank you for the let 'em
days
cook
ago,
and the
and
ham
her
heart.
policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have
Yeah,
the
right,
most
Rex?
beautiful country in the world.
They just
I need
reopened.
people on the campaign trail who can't afford
Safe
food,
neighborhoods,
who
you didn't
have
say.
the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country,
Oh my
the
God,
most
shut the fuck
incredible
up, dude.
people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve
Thank you,
their
Amberlyn.
full dreams with the
Thank
broken
you.
leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to
Wow,
live their
thank
American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this
Nuclear's
once
pretty
before
good.
and did it well. Please vote
Pretty
for
good.
Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just
Is it
want to
only
say
300?
I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And
Thank you,
both for
Amberlyn.
participating
Yeah, thank you. I
in the
appreciate it.
only vice
Gifting
presidential
definitely
debate of this
makes
election
TikTok like
cycle.
me more because they're
I'm
like,
Margaret
ooh,
Brennan.
we can make money
I'm
off of
your
you?
Honor.
Fine.
There are just 35 days until election day. Please get out
Yeah, Trump didn't do anything well.
all of us here at CBS
The fucking
News.
irony of being like, why didn't Kamala do this? Why didn't Kamala do that while she, oh, she has all these plans. Why didn't she do them while she's in power? Why didn't Trump do his? He was actually fucking president. Oh, is that a stupid fucking point to make? Yeah.
The vice presidential candidates debate wraps up at CBS News headquarters.
And we're all
in New York City.
fucking worse for
You
it.
see candidates there being joined by their wives.
What a
Rachel
fucking
Vance and
travesty
Glenn
that
Walz.
weirdo
A
is.
cordial debate between these two men.
Did you see that he tried to co-opt the term weird?
Matched because they are so different.
He tried to
So
steal
different in
weird.
style and so different on substance. Very interested to hear from the spin room, to hear from all of my colleagues here, to get to all of the analysis that we're going to get to. I think the
Needed to win back the trust of the people. Yeah, Republicans do. Yeah, he kept saying Republicans need to win back the trust of the people because of the whole abortion thing. It's like, yeah, congratulations, you fucking lost it.
candidate won.
Of course you lost it.
One bad moment for Tim Walz in this debate where he got mixed up and embarrassed in answering a question about exactly what month he had been in China in relation to the Tiananmen Square protest. But then on guns, on January 6th,
Yeah,
on
no.
Obamacare, on
Thank
the
you.
economy, on blaming everything on the border, back again on healthcare, on abortion, on every issue on substance.
The debate was fine. JD Vance kept fucking lying about shit and kept. Unfortunately, JD Vance is not as senile as Trump, so he can lie a lot more smoothly, which is to be expected. He's also very willing to lie, as he publicly announced. He publicly said he's perfectly willing to make up fucking stories as long as it gets the media attention he wants. So we know he's perfectly fucking willing to make up shit, and he was making stuff up. He was lying, but whatever. I mean, Republicans don't care about the truth, obviously. Yeah, exactly, TZ. He's not as easily triggered. Oh my god, Amberlyn. Wait, did you just subscribe? You subscribed! Thank you, Amberlyn. Thank you. You have discovered the Rizzo stickers. By the way, to my old subscribers, there's 2 new Rizzo stickers in there for you. One we did the other day together. I added with you guys the Angry Muppets one, but I added one more. Oh, really? Well, thank you, Amberlyn. Maybe you subscribed and it lapsed. Thank you for subscribing, Amberlyn. I do appreciate it. You guys are the best. I can't believe anyone would ever fucking subscribe to me. That was wild. I guarantee nothing. Guarantee nothing. Okay, wait, let me see. I'm gonna pop out of here. Let me see if my actual fucking post is doing well at all. Oh, thank you guys for interacting with my latest post. I do appreciate it. Griftic. Oh, really? Good, Amberlyn. That's really what I started doing here. That's how I really first started. I was mostly doing body doubling. And I would love to go back to doing more of that. Lately, we've been doing a lot of, like, political stuff and, like, debating. But I'd love to get back to just kind of hanging out on live, like, a little bit more chill and just getting stuff done and whatnot. I mean, I do like the debates, and I like it when MAGA trolls try to come in here and be fucking idiots. But I love that, Amberlyn. I love that so much. That's all I want. I just want to be someone's background noise. Oh, yeah, yeah. Twitch. Damn. Okay, good. IRC. You mean IRL vibe? Is IRL old school? I don't know. I like stumbled upon IRL streaming recently when I was like looking for how to. I learned that was the name for something I was trying to do. I was like, oh, IRL streaming is a thing. But it seems like IRL streaming seems like difficult enough to pull off that it must be more recent. It's about to explode. Good, Amberlyn. Oh, I don't know, Andrew. I mean, there was a couple moments where I was yelling at the TV because JD Vance was just fucking lying. What about you? Let me get my headphones. It was so frustrating. I thought it was funny when he got fucking fact-checked to shit and then he got mad and started speaking off. He didn't cook, CJ. He lied a lot. Which he publicly stated he's willing to do. So, yeah. JD, how dare you fact-check me, Vance? Exactly. JD, I will make up stories if I have to, Vance. So mad that he's getting fact-checked. If you need to lie to cook, then you don't have any good fucking points. You're wrong about everything you're saying. He didn't win, Dee Dee. He didn't win. You don't win if you're lying. He literally fucking lied about a bunch of shit. But I'm sure you didn't listen to any of the fact-checking, right? Hi, Mother. My mother just came on here. Everyone say hi to my mother. Oh, boy. He didn't win, dude. You don't, if you're lying, that's not winning. Like, by fucking, what do you mean he could, like, if we're just gonna, like, define winning, if you're allowed to, like, win by making up whatever the fuck you want, what even is the point of having a debate? I don't think she's necessarily going to answer you guys, just by the way. But Andrew, do you want to hop up? Or God, if anyone wants to hop up. By the way, look what I got. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, guess what's in this parcel? Thanks for the follow, William. Wait, I want to film this because I have to make a. What do you mean another parcel? I want to film this for because I have to make some TikToks about this. It's my first like influencer proper. Oh, you did? Tough. Nice. How are you liking it? Another parcel is in the parcel? Yeah, maybe. Let me move my laptop. Wait, my October surprise? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What do you mean October surprise? What does that mean? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. That's cool. I might use that when talking about this, if that's okay. I think 8th. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna. I'm so excited. Yeah, it is. All right. Well, I don't want to show fucking address. Yep, Rex. All right. I've got my phone up here, filming. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. It's our October surprise. I'm listening. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited. Yeah, this is exciting. This is the first, because I'm not on here to be an influencer, obviously. I'm here as a content creator, you know, if anything. A filmmaker, content creator, you know, whatever, to talk about topics. I'm not here to, like, yeah. An investigative influencer. Ooh, ooh. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. I actually, yeah, I don't mind the sound of that. An advanced copy, yeah. So, yeah, so basically, I am not... Well, I want it... So, TZ, I want it to be... TZ on Twitch said, political commentator, maybe. Yes, but I want it... all this is also, like, to help boost or... Buttress my, you know, filmmaking career and stuff. So I want it all to be somehow... That's why content creator, to me, I like that. Because it's like, oh yeah, filmmaker and content creator. It's like the same thing on the thing. So anyway, so yeah, so what we're talking about, guys, for the print is backward. It's called Unredacted. It is currently... Sorry, I'm looking at too many cameras. It's called Unredacted. Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy by Christopher Steele. This is an unreleased book. This is an advanced copy. And as I was saying earlier, as we were just talking about this, I am not on here. I've not been going online to make my content to be an influencer. I'm in no way like doing this to be sent products for free to review or anything like that. Nothing like that. However, this is like the first, when a brand reached out about this, a publisher reached out about this, and they're like, hey, can we send you an advanced copy for you to review? I was like, oh, I think that maybe officially makes me an influencer. And I think it officially gives me an idea of what kind of influencer I would be willing to be if, in fact, I were an influencer, which I'm not. I'm not going to be an influencer. But, like, it's so fucking cool. This is the guy. So Christopher Steele is the guy behind the Steele dossier, which may sound familiar to you guys. He was the head of the Russia desk at MI6, and he was hired by an organization that does like Oppo research that was contracted by Hillary's campaign back in 2015, 2016 to do, I just wanted to adjust my glasses, to do Oppo research on Trump. So he went and he collected a lot of like intel from his, you know, intelligence sources, connections in the intelligence world. That dossier that he then prepared was eventually leaked and reported on by BuzzFeed. So, oh, yay, Master Jack. I mean, I haven't read it, so I can't, you know, I can't say whether it's good or not. I am going to fact check everything I can in here. Yeah, right, Master Jack. So the whole thing with him was, and this is, by the way, this is why I asked Straight Edge the other day. I was like, because, you know, Straight Edge wants to make me merch that says, like, we fact check here, which I love. And so when they reached out about this, I was like, hell yeah, I want to read this. And I reached out and I said Straight Edge, like, hey, it would be really fucking cool if I was wearing a shirt that said, we fact check here, while I was, like, giving a review, doing some sort of review on this. So, the Oppo was originally started by Republican operatives opposed to Trump in 2016. Yeah, but was it by the same thing? Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah. McCain was the source. Songbird McCain. Yeah, I mean, so the whole thing with the Steele dossier, when it first came out, it was a big hullabaloo because it included a lot of accusations about how much Trump was in bed with Russia at the time. Which, by the way, like, this was like the first anyone really got any sort of whiff of that. But it also included like the allegations of like the Elemento P tape and stuff like that. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew. Yes, in bed being peed on, exactly, with Russia. So the whole P tape thing originated with the Steele the Steele dossier, The problem is, this was like a collection of tips and stuff that this guy collected from his intelligence, sources in the intelligence world. Different spies, different operatives for different, all this kind of stuff. The sorts of sources you would imagine someone in intelligence would have. Also, other members of other governments, whatever. So he was just compiling it. He's not like a journalist. He's not a reporter. So he wasn't like there trying to verify claims and get like multiple sources on each thing. Like he was there. This is my understanding. Collecting these tips, these bits of information. Oh, we've got someone else requesting to come in. Sorry. Accept. Oh, Rex is in here. More people are trying to come in. Okay. Hi guys, welcome. And that that reminds me, I need to make sure that that my guests are heard on YouTube and whatchamacallit. Sorry, YouTube and Twitch. I know that you couldn't hear the guests before. How does it feel in your hand? Somehow book reviewers never speak about that. It feels nice. It feels a little light for a book, weirdly. It feels nice. It smells nice. I really like how it smells. Yeah, so I don't know what I was saying. I just lost my train of thought. Whatever.
You were saying it wasn't his job to do fact checker.
Yeah.
Like he's not a reporter.
Yes.
His job is just to do oppo research.
Yes. So when the dossier came out, a lot of it were like unsubstantiated claims. It was like a list of tips and information and stuff. I mean, I don't know what format it took. Actually, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it was just like a whole list of stuff that like weren't substantiated by like multiple sources and stuff. So BuzzFeed actually got sued over it. Because they were like, oh, you can't, this is like irresponsible journalism because you can't verify any of these things. Because again, a lot of the sources were intelligence sources who also won't go on the record to confirm it. But then it was ruled in court, like it was ruled in BuzzFeed's favor because they were like, well, they're just actually like reporting on what are the contents of the dossier, so it's not their job to necessarily be able to. Like, they're not saying, like, oh, these things are facts. They're like, this is what is in this dossier. So, thankfully, that's good. But the whole thing with the Steele dossier is that as much as it was, like, dismissed by Republicans and Trump and obviously as, like, unsubstantiated claims and whatever, in the years since, everything in the dossier, like, nothing in the dossier has been disproven. And in fact, many points have been proven, and the ones that haven't been proven have been buttressed, as they say. So facts surrounding what was included in the dossier have been established, making what is in the dossier all the more likely or, plausible. So, and now the guys come out with a book. The haptic experience so far, B-. Honestly, yeah, maybe. I'll give it a C, maybe. It's also gotten banged up a little bit in transport, as I can tell. But that's not their fault. I wish it was a little heavier. But that's just me. But, honestly, my first ever fucking... Oh my God.
This is such a moment. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, it is such a moment. Wow. Okay. So contents. Part 1, Russia calling. Interesting. So there's different parts with like multiple chapters. The recruitment liaison office, midnight in Moscow, beating of wings, foul play. Part 2, the dossier. Project Snake, company intelligence report 2016. Raising the alarm, the FBI will see you now. Comey and agonists. Comey agonists. What does that mean? Is it a name?
I can't read that. I can't read
One
that.
sec. It says, I know it's backwards, but Comi agonistis? Nistes?
Agoniste?
Agoniste?
Is it a different language, maybe? Agoniste?
I don't know. Going badly. Will you look after my cat? An enemy of Mother Russia. Collateral damage. Long arm of the lawfare. The Quiet Fight. Silver Linings. 2020. The China Challenge. New World Disorder. High noon for Western democracy.
Let me say to C. Victrola, it has not come out yet. Brenna got an advanced copy.
I got an advanced copy. It's a very exciting moment. It means opponent or foe. Agonist. It is a different language because it's not no, it's not antagonist. I know what antagonist is. It says agonist. Agonistes. Let me look that up. I have a computer in front of me. I don't know why I'm looking on my phone. Agonistes. A person enduring an inner struggle. Okay, and it is in English. It's a Greek word, but agonistes. Agonisty, yeah. A person enduring an inner struggle. Noun. Cool. Hell yeah. Well, if you guys pre-order and they ask how you heard about this, feel free to say, yes, this influencer, Brenna. That's me. Oh, deja vu. Did this thing. Anyway. Wow. Weren't we talking, Andrew, months ago, you and I were talking about influencing. TC. In my humble opinion, one of the biggest flaws of that book is that the printing is mirrored.
I remember coming onto a panel like after you had that one video blow up about that guy, the takedown guy. And you had a bunch of people on your panel who were like, you know, I guess influencers. But what were we talking about? If that's what you're talking about, I remember that.
No, I'm talking like way before that. I could have sworn you were on here and we were talking about commissions and like product selling on these apps or something like that. Maybe it was just a dream.
Oh, I have zero experience with that. They keep trying to get me to like sell stuff on the hawk stuff on the TikTok shop. Yeah. But I don't know what I would. I don't know. Like I don't have a very. Unlike you really in like a smart way have turned your directing job and like found like a way to make a niche on social media. I just post about movies that I'm working like that are coming out. You know what I mean? Like I don't have like nobody's interested in I'm the farthest thing from an influencer.
I'm interested. I was gonna maybe post something about.
Like,
what do you mean it's boring stuff? I watch people. I watch TikTokers talk about movies all the time. All right. Good night, TZ. Thanks for hanging out.
Hold on.
Thanks for the follow,
I got
Susie
a phone
Perez.
call and I sent them to voicemail, but let me send this to her because I think you guys would like each other. So see if she wants to join.
You want to come up? All right. By the way, I have a recent TikTok up that I think is important. It's actually very interesting research that has come out about gender-affirming surgery. Surprise, surprise. The majority of gender-affirming surgery performed on minors is being performed on cisgender minors. Hi, Nightmare.
Hello. Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Trump 2024. Fuck the nigger. I'm not voting for a stupid nigger.
Oh, okay.
Fuck niggers.
Oh, Jesus. Can someone...
And
like here. Wait, let me. I don't know. I guess you can't. The problem is we can't like report people for speaking hate speech. Of course.
Apparently, you don't want to mute them. You want to block them. If you want to block them, don't mute them because muting them would get rid of all the. I don't know. This is
Yeah,
just something I
blocked.
heard somebody say. So who knows if it's true? But
God
apparently,
blocked.
muting them would like get rid of all the comments that
Yes.
they might have put in the comments. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just block them.
Thank
That
you,
way,
God.
like, if we are flagged, their comments in the comment section.
Yeah,
are still
unfortunately, he
there.
didn't put it in comments, so we can't report. The problem is like when you try to, it doesn't let you report people for what they like say. So like I'll try to report people who come on here and drop the N-word, and then TikTok will just look at their comments and be like, oh no, nothing wrong here, and it's like I need a way of being able to report some of the guests, I think. Hello, Miguel Angel. What's up?
Hey. Not much. Just wanting to talk about whatever you guys are trying to talk about.
Well, we just watched the debate. You want to talk about that?
I didn't watch the debate, so I'm not really down for that.
No. So we were also just talking about this book that's gonna come out next week, an advanced copy. Do you care about politics at all, Miguel Angel?
I love politics.
Okay. Hi, Q, Christine.
Hey, Brianna.
How's it going?
Or Brenna, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Nice to meet you. I just finished watching the debate. I was a little bit lagged, so I wasn't watching it live. But holy crap, I'm not sure what to feel, and I've already heard such mixed opinions. I'm taking a deep breath and remembering that, like, to be honest, a draw was a win for us, and I'm gonna live off of that.
Well, I think the problem is, and it's so frustrating, it's like JD Vance he's a lot less senile than Trump, so he can lie a lot more fluidly and look he's a lot more put together while he's lying. Unfortunately,
he sounds great, but like if you listen to the words he's saying, I don't remember a single question he fucking answered throughout the entire debate. Like I was like going back and like trying to fact check and like looking through the fact check, and like literally there was not like we go through the childcare, we go through like board, every single question it was but Kamala, and like maybe in 5 seconds at the end he would try to push it back to him, but he never fucking said anything about their policies.
Well, the problem is, we were kind of fact checking on here because, it's hard to look up all this stuff. You kind of have to like know it or have it on background. A lot of the stuff, he was lying or like misrepresenting stuff, right? Like, firstly, he dropped like 25, he said 20 to 25 million. He called them, illegal aliens, undocumented people is what he meant. And it's like that number, once again, is pulled out of his ass. Like just, a few weeks ago when Trump was on the debate stage, he said 20 million, which was a new number. Before that, they had been saying 12 million for years. So like, it's always, so firstly, numbers like that, kind of nuts. But then he would say things like, I don't know. He'd be like, "Oh, let's blame Kamala for this," and it's like,
everything was Kamala's borders.
Kamala's border, and it's like Kamala Harris does not control the fucking border, and Tim Walz did a pretty good job of like pointing out and being like, "Hey, listen," like talking about the border bill, the bipartisan border bill, which was tanked by Trump, even though it was presented by Republicans in the first place, and it had all of the policies, but like JD Vance did a phenomenal job of like pretending like he doesn't know how the fucking government works and pretending like Congress isn't in charge of passing legislation and pretending like these issues cannot literally be traced directly to fucking Republicans the entire time, pretending like he doesn't fucking,
That's 100% a great take. That's exactly what I saw as well.
Just fucking bullshit.
To be honest, when it started, sorry, Andrew. Also, Andrew, this is why I joined the live because I wanted to hear what your take was on it. I will say when it started off, I was like, oh no, because you could tell like he needed a minute to like find himself, and I was like, oh, is this gonna go really badly? And I was super nervous for the first minute and a half until he like found himself, and I was like, oh, thank God.
I think
the one thing I'll give credit for Vance for doing is, I mean, as much as it's disingenuous, it's awful, it's dishonest, he did like try to credit Kamala for a lot of what the Biden administration is doing, and he knows the reason he did it is because he knows that the VP candidate can't go and say, "Oh, well, VPs aren't really powerful. VPs don't have a
What are
lot
you
of
talking about,
sway."
Andrew? I'm
Like,
confused. What are you talking about? When did you hear that? You think
what do you
Vance
mean?
credited VP Harris?
Vance was saying like this is VP Harris's border. He was doing a lot of stuff saying like,
Well, no, but I thought it wasn't
this.
crediting her. I
Well,
thought it
no,
was like
yes.
clearly
Well,
not
he
aware of
was.
the fact that like.
Not, I think. I mean,
Well,
I think
yeah, blaming
he
her,
knows
maybe.
perfectly well. He knows perfectly well that the
Blaming,
VP doesn't
okay.
do anything. Yeah, blaming / crediting.
Right, so
And
that
he
was
knows
my
perfect.
that's why I was confused. Sorry,
Well,
Andrew. But like, so
my point
my
is,
thought, like,
yeah.
I wanted if I was Walls, I would have said back to him like, I'm sorry. So if you become vice president, are you now in charge of all those policies? Like, do you know what the vice president's job is?
No, but Walls can't. You can't go and say the person I'm running with has no power.
Wait, what do you mean?
Fair.
Like you can't. Like Walls couldn't have said like,
Oh, sure.
the vice president is just like that would be that would cut Kamala off at the knees,
Right.
Because
That's
Kamala's
true.
also taking credit for the good things that the Biden and
Right.
Harris administration has done. So,
Right.
and I think Vance knew that, and that was smart. I'm giving him credit for being smart, though despicable. I'm
Yeah.
saying that it was a despicable tactic. The thing, I think it was mostly a draw, and I'm hoping that
That's true, Gavin.
like most people. I think I'm hoping that most people just like found Tim Walz relatable, and some of the stuff he said was really actually compelling, especially on women's reproductive rights and the border. And his closing statement was way stronger. So that honestly, I feel like sometimes with a VP debate, even more than a presidential debate, you get just one moment that's going to reverberate through the news and social media, and I think that one moment is when Tim Walz asked, "Hey, let me just ask you: did your running mate Donald Trump lose the election?" And
So good.
Pence could refuse. He could not answer, or Pence, isn't that hysterical?
Yeah,
Vance could not answer the question, and I think that's going to be the most shared, most seen moment from all of the stuff we watch. So
yeah.
we all follow it very closely, but most people are going to watch clips of it, and I think in clips especially, the Walls comes across as relatable and real and somebody he reminds me of my father-in-law, for example. I think a lot of people have that feeling about him.
Yeah.
So that's why I think even though it was kind of a wash because we watched the whole thing, I think it's going to end up being in the W column for Harris Walls.
Yeah. I think that was, thank you, Q Christine. Yes, I agree with that. I also there was a couple moments where I think Walls did a good job of like hitting certain things where I was like, this, like, I feel like this is the perfect kind of like clear counter to this. But I wish some of them he had like hit a little harder. Like one of them was the like abortion thing when JD Vance was like, oh, we got to leave it up to like, oh, this is a democracy and like you got to leave it up to the voters, like not federally, but like leave it up to the voters, so that each individual voter can. And like I wish Walls had hit harder on like, okay, well, if you want to leave it up to the voters, that's why you leave pro-choice legislation. Like leaving it up to the voters means just make it an individual's fucking choice. Don't leave it up to the voters depending on who their fucking neighbor is. Like, and he did say something about like, it shouldn't be about like, about their geography, right? Like he said that, but I wish he had hit harder on like.
Yeah, like you don't get to choose what state you're assaulted in. Like if
Yeah.
you go and you gamble in LA and it's not like in Las Vegas and it's not legal in fucking Texas, you don't assume you're gonna go back to Texas and get fucking arrested for it because it's legal in fucking Vegas. They're trying to do that
Right.
to women. Like I know. Like it felt like that was such an easy win and it was a great moment for him. I'm not gonna lie. He didn't like butcher it, but like I did, like he could have hit it so much, like that was his moment to shine. And it was just like, as someone who's debated this so many times, like, come on, like you've been prepped by this, but with fucking Mayor Pete, come on, like Mayor.
No,
Pete
but the thing is, the thing is, like, to be fair to Walls, that is not like an avenue that
right.
that Democrats have yet. Like someone hasn't thought of that yet. I've thought of it. I've said it a couple times, but it took a while. It took a while. You know what I mean? Like we've been having debates here, for months and whatnot. And I just remember reaching that point where it's like, hold on, like you believe in like states' rights. You believe in like individuals' rights, like making it less of like a full federally mandated thing. You believe in like the individual states' rights, but you can't go even smaller and go like, oh yeah, let's believe in like individual rights. It's just, if you want to make it up to each voter and make it a personal, how is leaving it up to states making it a personal choice? That's fucking not. By definition, it's not a personal choice that way.
Well, and then Brenna, I thought it was very interesting too, because like they didn't even remark on the fact, like I think one of the things that we're finding most difficult as a Democratic Party in this new age is we're receiving voters that are now outside of what we normally typically consider progressive voters, and we're trying to include them in this dialogue. And so I think we're like finding ourselves somewhat almost shifting right, because we're trying to accommodate these new moderate voters that were MAGA, that were like, no, you're welcome here. But by doing that, we can't like usurp our own values, and it's like a hard balance that I think we're trying to deal with as well.
Yeah, I think Hey man, Chad, how you doing, bud?
What's up? Yeah, I've been sick. I haven't talked to you guys in a week.
Yeah, I also haven't done a really political live for like a
pneumonia. I had pneumonia.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Dude, that's awful.
Yeah,
that sucks.
So, but I'm feeling good now.
That's good.
I just wanted to say, I think the thing I was screaming at, I really love that idea, Brenna. If it's really up to the states, why not? If it's really up to democracy, why not let everyone decide for themselves?
Yeah.
But the thing that's like the easier, obvious
Gavin, just a sec.
For me that I was like screaming at the screen was not all of these states have let their citizenry decide. Talk about trigger laws.
Yeah.
It's not like it went back to the states and everyone was like, oh, what do you guys think? It went back to the states and they had laws ready, waiting, sometimes centuries old laws, waiting for the overturning of Roe v. Wade to go into effect. So that's not leaving enough to the states. That's the obvious answer that I've used in these discussions.
Yeah.
On top of that, Andrew, if Wallace's team would have been more prepared in Ohio, which is where Vance is from, they did have a referendum last November, a special election where the people in Ohio voted majority in favor of keeping abortion rights, and then the Republicans in the state were like, you know what? We don't care that you guys voted for this. And
that's a great point.
They used their Supreme Court to fight it being in law. Even if you leave it up to these Republican states, you can't trust them to do the right thing by what the people want.
Well, yeah, he says leave it up to the voters, except when the voters vote against what we want them to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And not all states even have special elections like that.
Yes.
So.
Exactly.
The last thing I'll say just about the debate as like the debate as a whole is that they're potentially, I heard someone say this the other day, I think it was Pod Save America, the potential like silver lining of a debate like this, because everyone was kind of expecting like Walz to not be super great because, he has said in the past he's not a good debater. We can watch the debates for when he ran for governor, for example, and Congress. And he's said in the past, my job as a teacher has been to ask the good prodding questions, not to answer them or whatever, not to, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, so people have been like, but the one silver lining about a debate like tonight is if everybody, even if Vance wins and the consensus is that he won tonight, there's a huge possibility that Donald Trump's ego will not allow him to let his running mate have the last word and be like the clear winner in a debate. He's going to want to come and do another debate to get the last word, to be the winner, to beat his running mate even. And that's like a very real, I see how real that possibility is. And that would be enormously helpful for, I think, the Harris campaign.
Yeah,
no,
that's a great point.
I
love that.
I saw some people on Facebook tonight being like, I wish these were the actual presidential candidates. I saw that take multiple times tonight, and it was like I saw some other takes that were about how, wow, this is refreshing. We have a debate where there actually, like, there were insults, but there were no personal insults, at least from what I saw. There were insults about policy, but that's how it used to be. And so it was kind of, I think a lot of people were taken back by the fact that, wow, we're actually having a debate about policy and not about like golf games and calling each other old and older and stuff like that. I saw quite a few people comment on the fact that, wow, yeah, it's kind of crazy when you don't have two 80-year-olds up there arguing. Like, you actually have like an actual debate.
The good thing,
to be frank, that is.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, to be frank, that is what happened like about a month ago for Kamala. She was not insulting and terrible.
No, but
she just doesn't get credit for it because she's a woman, right?
I'm just saying that Trump's the outlier in that. I think that was noticeable tonight, that we had a real debate about policy tonight. And it doesn't mean that I like, because JD Vance did not answer multiple questions, including about healthcare. He
lied a lot. So, I mean, I just want to. So, Mad Chad, I agree with you, and sorry, I'll let you finish in a moment. But we were kind of saying that earlier of like what the one bad thing is that like you have two people young enough to have a fucking conversation here who are not senile like Trump, but Trump has now normalized a level of lying that is just, incredible. So what you have now is JD Vance is a very polished liar. Mm-hmm. He was on there. He lied a lot, which by the way, it's like, unfortunately, yeah, like we can have a conversation of like who won the debate. And it's like, I mean, who won? Yikes. Like, I think as soon as you start lying, you've lost in most, debate things. But now we're talking like a totally different realm where it's like, oh, winning a debate doesn't mean we don't actually follow the rules. And you can actually, some people will think you won the debate if you just lied better or whatever. And so unfortunately, yes, now we've crept into what is going to be the fucking future of this country, mind you, where Republicans are just going to run more Trumps. They're going to run more Trumps who are just better at like talking, at speaking, at lying smoothly and stuff. And that's, fucking terrifying. We should all be terrified by that. And that's, the one like really kind of scary thing about the debate today, at least for me, but whatever.
No, I got you. I mean, there's a reason. I mean, JD Vance is, it's so funny that the right wing talks about like how the Democrats are backed by the elites. Meanwhile, this guy is, and you can go look it up, it's not a secret, he's being backed by Peter Thiel and other big tech firms. They spent millions of dollars in Ohio to get him. He was not going to win that senator race. They had to spend like $10 million in his campaign. And there's a lot of people I've seen like on social media forums that are actually more scared of Vance, of a guy like Vance, because like you said, he's willing to straight up lie to you in a soft tone, as opposed to Trump, who at least with Donald Trump what you're getting with. Yeah. It doesn't make it any less scary, I guess. But with Vance, he's willing to smile at you and shake your hand and then completely lie to your face and do things that are going to hurt you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I get your point. He's a car salesman. He's or a snake oil salesman, basically.
Oh, they all are. It's so fucking dangerous. Yeah. And that's what the next generation of the GOP is going to be. So, like, be fucking aware. We all have to be aware, and we... yeah. Yeah. Projecting, Gabriel, dude. I mean, we can fucking fact check everything you want up here. We fact checked everything JD Vance was saying. Remember when he got like pissy that he was being fact checked because he was caught lying on stage? Yeah.
I was told there would be no fact checks. That's a good one to use on your partner, by the way. For anyone who has a partner out there, use that one on there. I was told there would be no fact checks tonight.
I'd be told there'd be no fact checks. Did he actually say that?
He did. That was a real quote. Yeah, I posted that one right away. I was like, "That's my favorite quote for sure."
Jesus, I was told there would be no fact checks.
By the way, I love how he tried to compare January 6th to Hillary Clinton.
So, Gabriel, by definition, so you're saying he clarified how illegals are? No, he clarified how migrants are getting legal status. How some migrants are legal migrants. Which, Gabriel, unless you're racist, You guys love to say that you're not against immigrants. You're just against illegal immigrants. So in theory, you should be perfectly comfortable with legal immigrants, right? And so he wanted to say, oh, well, no. Well, these don't count. Like, by the way, this is how they are legal immigrants. And it's like, yeah, well, supposedly, according to you guys, you're totally fine as long as people do it right. Right? So why the fuck do you have a problem with legal immigrants?
I thought they wanted people to be documented.
Yeah. No. Oh, okay. So you agree. So it's racism and xenophobia. You don't want any immigrants. It's entirely just racism and xenophobia. Got it. Unless they're white, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for fucking proving the point.
But yeah,
exactly,
Vance tried to compare.
And you're fucking racist. Just because you're biracial doesn't mean you're not fucking racist, dude. If you're xenophobic and racist, like, okay. You're biracial. Okay, so what are you? So you have... I mean, biracial means that one of your fucking ancestors definitely wasn't born here. Obviously, at least. Unless, you're biracial between, what, 2 different indigenous Native American tribes? Is that your... I don't think so, because tribes are the same. This is a facetious fucking question, by the way.
I saw a tweet tonight that said...
Overused term. Ethan, maybe we wouldn't have to use the term if you guys stopped being so fucking racist. If you're sick of hearing the term, maybe stop saying fucked up shit like that. Not everything racist. Okay, but being against, just like immigrants for what? Why are you against legal immigrants? Huh? Gabriel, the floodgates, you understand that the border right now has the strictest, most like closed policy that it ever has, like in history. You understand that, right? Like there are now limits to asylum seekers, which has never been in place before. And the reason that is in place, and the reason the border has the most conservative, like closed set of rules on it right now, is because of fucking Biden. He passed a bunch of fucking executive orders to close down the border in all the ways that Republicans have been claiming they wanted to from the beginning. There was a bipartisan fucking border bill that was presented by Republicans that Trump called around to get tanked and ensured that it was not passed because he didn't want the border to get fixed. He didn't want the border to be fucking closed under Biden's watch. He doesn't give a fuck about you, dude. So Biden went and used executive orders to do everything in that bill that he could within his power. His administration is currently being sued over those fucking executive orders. If the rate of border crossings right now are below the rate they were under Trump when he left office. So yeah, there is, Gabriel. There literally is right now. Also, there are fewer fucking border crossings right now than there were like under Trump. You can look up the fucking numbers from, Customs and Border Patrol, cbp.org or something. We looked it up. We've pulled them up here before. Okay, Gabriel. Well, so you acknowledge that you don't believe facts. You acknowledge that the reason you believe what you want to believe is because you ignore facts. Thank you for proving our fucking point that you are not like your beliefs are not based in reality. You literally ignore facts just because you want to be a hateful person. Fine, go for it.
Because
no one gives a fuck, dude.
We know that. They're putting 20,000 Haitians in Springfield. They're doing it in every town across America, man.
Who's talking right now?
And the thing you don't understand...
dude, no. Dude, Marvelous, Felicity. No, Marvelous. I have numbers. Marvelous. I have numbers on my side. I have numbers on my side. You don't get to like fucking lie on here.
Marvelous. The Haitians are here illegally.
The argument is to turn it back. The argument is that we are descendants of settlers. Settlers come and build on barren lands. Immigrants come and use what settlers created. We are the progeny of settlers. We are not.
So immigrants. You're the progeny of immigrants.
The difference between the two.
Racism, right? Racism. Exactly, that's the difference.
That's exactly what it is. Also, Marvelous, the Haitians in Ohio are here legally through a
They're here
program.
Legally, dude.
And they're working. They work.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. That's not true, dude. No, that's not true. That's Marvelous. No, okay, so that town was suffering. That town was literally suffering from like mass migration away from it because it was fucking dying. People could not get work. They left. The town literally needed more people in it. So it created initiatives to encourage immigrants to settlers, by the way, to settle in Springfield because they needed more population. They fucking begged. They begged for immigrants to come to them. They set up fucking initiatives to encourage them. Yeah, they did. Oh, dude, your inability to fucking know basic fucking facts that are available out there is not my fucking problem. Dude, you're a liar. You're uneducated and you're fucking lying. Okay? I know. Like you can all look this up. Okay, just keep yapping. Just keep screaming. What a fucking baby.
One of the business owners there recently, who is a lifelong Republican, said that he's actually taking a lot of heat from Trump supporters because he praised the Haitians because he said they actually can pass drug tests and they show up to work every day. So he kind of took a shot at some of the locals because he was having a problem keeping staff together because people couldn't pass drug tests and they wouldn't show up for work. And he praised them, and now he's getting death threats and stuff by people probably like this guy right here who are saying the rhetoric that they're spouting.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'll agree now. Now that the white people are the ones. The female liberal is the most evil creature.
Oh my lord.
That's crazy. You are ethnociding complete populations of people.
Is he playing a character?
I think it's a character.
Yeah,
this is an emotional man. This is an emotional man.
Oh God. Yeah.
I want to go to his page and see what his page looks like.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Good luck, Mad Chad. I wish
Yeah,
you luck, sir.
I'm second guessing myself as I speak.
Let me make a thought without muting me for once.
You're not muted. You're not muted, dude. We just laughed at you.
You've said many things. Marvelous. I don't think any of them would be characterized as thoughts.
Yeah.
I can only get out half of my thoughts.
Dude, also,
After that.
dude, Marvelous. Also, I'm sorry, but you don't get to like Marvelous. No. Let me say, and then you can talk. But if you make up shit, if you say stuff that is like demonstrably false, we're gonna fucking fact check you here. That's what we do here. We fact check. Okay? So I'm sorry, but like, you know, why? Because we don't engage in fucking misinformation. Because we want the truth. We base our opinions on the truth. The fact that you don't is your fucking problem. That is a big part of what the entire problem that's wrong, like what is wrong with America right now. People like you who refuse to engage with the truth and with facts. Yes. So, if you're not here to have a fucking factual conversation, then you can go. We're going to have a conversation based on facts.
You're trying to be the arbiter of truth, right?
No, I'm not. No, Marvelous. No. Marvelous, where did I say? We look them up, Marvelous. It's not, the facts aren't up to my opinion. We look them up. We fact check here. I'm not the arbiter of fucking truth.
No, you're trying to tell people not to believe what's right in front of their own eyes.
Marvelous, Marvelous, you just acknowledge that you don't care. Marvelous, you just asked why we fact check. Why? So the fact that you don't know why people fact check, you don't see the point in fact checking, and clearly do not fact check yourself, and are more willing to engage and base your opinions and draw your conclusions based on actual just false information.
Zuckerberg and his fact checkers, they're all
okay.
Pieces. They went to court for that when Zuckerberg was pushing out the
Okay.
fact checkers. Is that who
Thanks. Okay, so you don't understand what facts are. You don't understand what facts are.
He doesn't. I think it was lost in translation. I think Bali don't know what the facts. And I would just like to point out something.
You don't know what
else,
facts are.
Marvelous.
Gotcha.
The batshit crazy leftist facts. And so the number one thing.
Okay, Marvelous. So Marvelous.
Understand the difference between a settler and an immigrant and the progeny, and how you dump people from other countries on
Yeah, Marvelous. Okay.
and how you destroy their community, you ethnocide their community. That's what the real
Dude, so okay, Marvelous. All right, Marvelous. So okay.
You make the housing. You get the low-paying jobs because they won't pay American wages. This is what you have done. You have decimated that population.
Yeah, Marvelous. You're right. Yeah. No, Marvelous. You're totally right. White people, Marvelous. You're totally right. White American citizens getting addicted to drugs and then moving away from Springfield, Ohio is totally the fault of someone else, of immigrants who aren't even in the country while that's happening, who then later migrate to America, get legal status, and are begged to come to Springfield. Yes, yeah, I'm sure. Wow, you make perfect sense. You make perfect fucking sense.
Yeah, they all just picked Springfield, right? They weren't directed there.
No, they were. No, Marvelous. They were directed there. Marvelous. Thank you. Exactly. That's what I just said. What I explained earlier that you were like whining about because you didn't want to listen. Springfield needed more people. They created fucking initiatives to encourage immigrants to move to Springfield because Springfield needed people there to work because so many people had left. So you're right, yes. But it's not because they didn't force anyone out. It's because everyone else was fucking leaving and Springfield needed more people. So it begged them to come. So yeah, congratulations. You have finally come around to understanding the fucking facts. Good job.
They're giving them tens of thousands of dollars.
They would not get. That's ridiculous.
That's a lie, dude. Marvelous. Oh God. Let me guess, Marvelous. You are unemployed.
He's talking like he is. I don't think Marvelous understands the visa system and how the Haitians.
Oh, he doesn't.
Ohio.
He doesn't.
I don't think he understands what the visa incentive program was.
Pharisee, many of them left, but there were issues with addiction. They were economic migrants, ironically. They were economically migrating domestically, granted. But they were leaving Springfield for, cities, for other towns, for other cities.
Right. Yeah, so you took a community, their progeny built that community.
They left. No, Marvelous. Their progeny left. Marvelous. Their progeny left. Marvelous. They left. Marvelous. They left. They left. Marvelous. They left. And the progeny 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 left.
Using the word progeny.
The progeny left.
That seems like a white supremacist word.
Yeah, you're right.
Supposed to be
So they
handed
left.
down generation to generation.
Right, and they
Give
left.
it all
Marvelous.
to some foreigners.
They left. And they left.
Wait.
Marvelous.
Can I press him on this?
Yeah.
Marvelous.
Marvelous. Do you want to shut the fuck up and?
Take your blood pressure
Okay.
pills, Marvelous. Marvelous. Take your blood pressure meds, bro. I'm worried about you.
There's too much competition.
Marvelous, breathe.
Okay, yeah. So you just confirmed. You're okay. Marvelous. The progeny left. You're saying you're upset that the progeny, as you keep saying, that they left. They chose to leave
Seems like
Springfield.
A white supremacist.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. Okay. So Marvelous. Thank you. Yes. Exactly. So progeny means the descendants. Yes. And the people who lived in Springfield before, the descendants of the settlers, as you say, they left. They chose to leave. Okay. So now what?
Also, Marvelous.
They left. They left. They left. They left. Oh God.
Hey, progeny. Hey, Marvelous progeny.
Marvelous. They left.
Okay,
Oh God.
Marvelous.
Stop being such a baby, dude. Stop being such a baby.
Marvelous. Take a breath, buddy.
Marvelous.
Hey, Marvelous.
Marvelous.
How your daughter gonna feel like that?
Hey,
Marvelous.
take a
Shut the
breath, buddy.
fuck up, dude.
Take a
Dude,
breath,
dude, this is pathetic. You're embarrassing yourself. You might want to chill. Go for it, Andrew.
I don't
Just
think
take
he
a
also
moment.
understands. You notice how he mentioned immigrants are going to take homes and whatnot? Again, this is him talking out of ignorance that immigrants can't buy property. They pay
Undocumented ones, yeah.
Incentive program. They can't buy property. So I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Also, am I not speaking English? I mean, granted, I do have an accent, but am I not speaking English? What he mean we not speak English?
Yeah.
I'm confused. Is this not English?
Yeah. And marvelous. I mean,
we're not talking about you alone, you narcissist. We're talking about the entire third floor of the high school taken up by Haitians who don't speak English, who had to take the teacher's resources away from the classmates, and the 18-year-olds who are down in there who had to see these older men in their classrooms who are from a foreign place to make them feel anxious and anxiety all the time.
Oh God, this is sad.
Come on, man.
This is so sad.
Marvelous. How many school shooters?
All right, Marvelous. I'm getting bored. If you're not gonna like actually let other people talk, I will have to be like I'm happy to have you on here and talk to you, but you gotta like stop. You gotta chill the fuck out, dude. You gotta chill. Okay.
Marvelous. That's not your real voice, is it?
It's
Marvelous. Let's take a breath.
Come on, what?
Marvelous. Let's take a breath here. Marvelous. Let's take a breath here.
He's venting his frustration because he's unemployed and he's mad immigrants are working.
Yeah, I assume.
Yeah.
So Andrew's been trying to say something for a while. Let's let Andrew. I'd love to hear what Andrew would like to say. Please go.
Marvelous. When you're ready to unmute, I would like to know if you think that I would like to know whether or not you think they're eating cats and dogs. That would be very clarifying for me, personally.
Well, there's a video that surfaced with the duck, and there's many reports. People have gone. I've watched the first-hand independent.
The duck picture is from Brooklyn, isn't it, Brenna?
Eat the ducks. There's the video of the cat.
It might be, or Queens or something.
That's besides the point. That really is besides the point. What they have done is they're going and put all this pressure on a town that was already struggling.
No, Marvelous.
They saved the town economically.
Hold on, Marvelous. The pressure. Hold on. When you say
Marvelous,
who's Marvelous?
Marvelous, stop. Marvelous.
I don't want you here.
Marvelous.
Marvelous.
Hold on, Mad Chad. Marvelous. When you say they, who's they? Because to me, I understand it as the Republican mayor of Springfield is one of those they. So when you say they are putting all this pressure and forcing people, you saying that they're forcing people to come to Springfield, I see it as the Republican mayor of Springfield is inviting migrants who are legally here in America to come and make his community better. And that's what has happened.
They were literally begging for them. Because they needed taxpayers, by the way. They need taxpayers. They need workers.
Yeah, the corporate overlords were begging for them.
No, the Republican.
And they made it clear they did not consent to have.
Who's they? Who's they? Who's they?
Who's they? Marvelous.
The voters, the people who show up at City Hall. Go watch the City Hall meeting.
Okay, so so the issue for you is that a couple of racists who didn't want Haitians, like you that's your problem. That's what you're basing. They didn't consent. So if Marvelous. So Marvelous. If I don't consent to my neighbor moving in, if I don't consent to a MAGA person moving in next to me, do I get to control that? Or is that not how life works?
This is something completely different.
No, it's not. No, Marvelous. 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 It's exactly the same. Marvelous. It's exactly the same. You're saying that the reason it's a problem that immigrants moved to Springfield because they were begged to by the Republican fucking governor, mayor, whatever. They needed laborers. They needed people to work there because people had moved the fuck away. You're saying that the reason it's a problem that immigrants went there and helped to revitalize the city is because their neighbors didn't want them to move in. Basically, their white xenophobic neighbors.
Yes, they are the
okay, so no. Okay, well, marvelous. Just marvelous. The immigrants are also tax paying. So, if the issue is who's paying taxes, the immigrants are.
You need to consent to the people there.
No, okay, so marvelous. Marvelous. Thank you. So marvelous. Thank you. Can you be an adult and like chill? Come on. Like be a fucking adult. So you're saying that, yeah, the issue is that they did not consent to their new neighbors. So I once again ask you, if I do not consent to a MAGA person moving in next to me, do I get to control that?
Well, this is people, who's American already, who's established. You know what homogenous means? Homogeneity.
Oh, okay, so you're a white supremacist. So you're a white supremacist. You're a white supremacist. So you're a white supremacist. You're a white supremacist.
Probably still you're closer to me.
You know what's funny, Marvelous? Oh, wait. What? I'm closer? What? I'm
taking the homogeneous, the tribalism. You're saying that
okay.
being tribal and nationalistic is racist?
Okay, so Marvelous. You said something about me. Marvelous, chill. You said something about me. I'm probably closer than you are. I'm closer what? To the homogeneity in the United States that you like? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah, okay. Guess fucking what, Marvelous? Guess fucking what? Do you want it? Hey, zip it, boy. Zip it. Marvelous, I'm a fucking immigrant to this country. Thank you. Goodbye. You proved my point. You're a fucking racist.
See, you're trying to...
Thank you for proving my point. You're a fucking racist.
Train's never late.
And you know what his biggest argument here is that he doesn't like the integration.
Thank you. Marvelous wants more immigrants. Clearly, thank you. I'm the ideal for U.S. homogeneity. I am a fucking immigrant. Thank you, Marvelous. You are pro-immigrant. We love to have you on our side. Thank you.
He has a problem with Haitians being black.
Yes.
That are now in a permanently white community. That's his problem.
Yep.
That's the problem of the integration that he had. He just went a very aggressive way of explaining it.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
they're not quiet about it. Trump at his rally the other day was talking about immigrants, and he was saying they're coming from all over, and he mentioned Africa and South America. He did not mention Europe. Which is where a majority of immigrants do come from, by the way.
Mad Chad, when they talk about the immigration problem, they're not referring to the Euro people. They're referring to the brown and black.
I trust me. I got you. I got it.
They're not. It's the brown and black ones that they got a problem.
We have entire
Tim's okay. Tim. Sorry.
Ukrainian refugees that
we do.
Nobody's complaining about on the right.
Also, I just want to address Tim in the comments says, come into the USA the right way. Yes, well, thank you so much for bringing that up, Tim. As was explained today and has been explained many times, all the Haitian immigrants, I mean, at least the majority, I'm not going to say all because who fucking knows, the majority of the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio are here legally, came here legally. They have legal status. So thank you so much for agreeing with exactly what we're saying. Those Haitian immigrants in Springfield are here legally, and therefore you welcome them with open arms and love to see them here. I'm sure.
They're working. This proves that they actually don't mean.
They did, Tim. They're here legally. They're literally here legally.
These people are here working. They're paying taxes and working. The business owners in Springfield, Ohio, are literally coming out and saying, if it weren't for them...
Okay, Tim, it doesn't matter if you agree with me or not. It doesn't matter if you agree with me or not, because facts don't care about your feelings. I'm sure you've said that once or twice. Facts don't give a fuck about your feelings. And the facts are that the Haitian immigrant population in Springfield, Ohio is here legally. They have legal status. In fact, J.D. Vance himself explained on the debate stage today how they went about being legally here. He said, they're here legally, just so you know, their legal status is because they were able to apply for it online. Okay. So fucking what? Everything you do in the United States is like you apply for online. Okay. How did the fuck? Thank you. He just proved that they're here legally. And he wants to like act as though the fact that there's a bureaucratic avenue for immigrants to be here legally, for Haitian immigrants to be here legally, is somehow that's the fucking problem. So either you want people to be here legally and you're cool with immigrants as long as they're here legally, or you fucking admit that you're going to move the goalpost just so you can hate on immigrants because they're fucking Haitian.
Ding, 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 ding.
That's it right there. See, and Tim, you're not understanding. They are here legally. So let me explain to you the incentive program. Essentially what happened is that Springfield, Ohio's economy made a tank. Big time, right? Nobody wanted to work. It made a tank big time. So they put out an incentive program, and Haitians applied for said incentive program, giving them a work visa. Now, when you have a work visa, you could legally work here in the United States and you pay taxes. And I just want to mention the whole tax thing. Even if you are undocumented and you are working, you are still issued a tax tin. You are still paying taxes. The only difference is you are not getting the money you are paying into the system. So you benefit from immigrants because we are paying into a system that we are not receiving anything from. You're getting our money, our labor. So it's crazy that it's just like Brenna said, they're moving the goalposts because it's the brown and the black ones you don't want here.
And I just want to add, because my understanding of this is that the vast majority, most of the Haitian migrants who came to Springfield came in 2018. That's my understanding of it. That this program that Springfield asking for more workers, that started under the Trump administration and it has continued, sure. But my understanding is that it started in 2018. So I don't understand why. I mean, I guess JD Vance was talking about some app or something.
Right. And prior to 2018, it's not the first time they've done an incentive visa program because they
No,
did
absolutely.
one in 2000. If they
Well,
did one in
because that
2009.
incentive program started in what, 1990 or the early 90s.
Yes,
So
the
yeah,
first
it is
one
far from the first time.
yeah, the first one I recall was in 2009. That was issued in my country. A visa incentive program was invitation was issued to Belize. I remember that very well, where you had to fill certain criteria to get a work visa to come here. So it's not even the first. I don't even know why they're making a big deal out of it right now. I really don't.
They're making a big deal out of it because white people left the town, so they needed people to move in. And now that people have moved in, white people don't like that they have harder workers who can pass drug tests and show up on time and be better workers. They don't like that there's competition for the jobs that they feel entitled to get.
Is Springfield, Ohio, is a predominantly white state, is it not? Area, is it not?
I'm not sure what the percentage breakdown is, actually. It's a good question.
I'm curious about that because part of me seems to think that maybe the whole outreach is not that they're taking work, they're not taking jobs, but that an integration of a surplus of melanated people have entered into a predominantly white area. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, that's
maybe
definitely. I'm sure that that's part of it too. I mean, it's all, I think the point I was trying to make is that these people who go and complain at you know at local uh what is it called, like hearings, they're complaining because I think generally the root of their complaint is that they don't like that they have to compete for these jobs with people who are harder working, there to and don't, who do a better job than they do. That's it. That's what it is.
Yep.
Yes, town hall. That's what I was saying. Thank you, Steak.
it's also mildly reasonable to find 10,000 plus new people. You see, that's another thing I don't understand. You think that in just overnight 10,000 people showed up? I'm starting to think that's the impression I'm getting from people's understanding about the situation. Do you think that in the period of just overnight, like it was a Monday and then Tuesday, there were like 20,000 people came in? Is that what you think? Like, I'm starting to think that's how people are seeing it because it don't make sense to me. That's not how it may happen. It was
Right. They've been coming to Springfield since 2018.
Yes.
So it's been 6 years. It's been 6 years that the population has, and it's not even completely growing because, as we talked about earlier, a lot of people were leaving. That's the reason that they made this, that the city of Springfield, the mayor, and the whole Republican everybody made this incentive program.
Well,
and so it's not even just like that it's grown by that number because a lot of people had left.
That's true. And Marvelous.
Well, Marvelous, I don't consent to you living in this country. So what do we do now? Who gives a fuck? That's what's amazing.
And sir, you're saying changes are uncomfortable, but you're not supporting racism. I feel like that's a double-edged statement because changes happen when you integrate different ethnicities into society. And if you're opposed to set ethnicities being integrated, then you're kind of leaning towards that area of, you know, and I don't want, you know what I mean? Like you lean into that.
Marvelous, actually, and Marvelous, a lot of Springfield residents do consent, actually. That's the funny thing. Just because there's a handful of people like you who are out of work and uneducated and hateful of everyone around you because that's the only way you feel a little bit less insecure about all your failures, that doesn't mean that everyone around you is that hateful. In fact, actually, a lot of residents of Springfield have it's been in the news that they've come together to support their Haitian neighbors and whatnot, and to show that they support them being there. Lots of Springfield residents absolutely do consent. And you know what's amazing? It doesn't fucking matter what you think. That's what's great about this country.
I don't even think Marvelous lives in Ohio.
Yeah, I know. Your words are being minced, yeah. I think so. Yeah, to defend username, I think username is just trying to say like changes in general are uncomfortable. Sure, yes. I mean, changes. The unfamiliar. Let's say, put it this way: the unfamiliar is uncomfortable for most people, and I just mean that in the most general of senses, and that makes sense. That is the unfamiliar things. By definition, biologically, because of the way our brains evolved to survive, things that are unfamiliar to us make us uncomfortable. That is how we have survived as a species. So yes, when people encounter things that they are unfamiliar with, people they are unfamiliar with, there's a reasonable expectation that at first, but you know what's amazing? Our brains are also adapted to when we become familiar with things, we become more comfortable with them. So really, if you're uncomfortable with the idea, Haitian immigrants, literally all it takes, and there are studies that show this, by the way, is to spend more time around Haitian immigrants, and you're gonna start fucking liking them. Actually, most, statistically speaking, you're going to start becoming actually really, really fucking comfortable with them. You just gotta spend more time around people. So if you hate like immigrants, if you hate whatever, if you're afraid of immigrants or, whatever, then maybe you just gotta start spending some time around them and you'll fucking realize, oh, you're just afraid of things that you don't know. It's the same reason, by the way, it's the same reason that humans are afraid of the dark sometimes, because you don't know what the dark is holding, right? And if you are, biologically, your brain wants to be afraid because you're unfamiliar with what is being shrouded in darkness. But as it turns out, if you walk around in the dark for a while, you get a lot less scared of it. Or if you turn a light on and you familiarize yourself with your fucking surroundings, you become a lot less scared of it. So people who are afraid of fucking immigrants, it's kind of, you're just basically afraid of the dark. I'm not trying to make like a racial joke here, but you're scared of the dark. You're scared of the dark, and I get it. You want to cuddle up in your bed, you want to close your eyes real tight and just fall asleep and just hope that the monster under the bed doesn't get you. But you know fucking what, dude? There's nothing in the dark. There's nothing there. There's no monster under your bed. They're just human fucking beings. And if you turned a fucking light on and you looked around for a little bit, you'd figure that the fuck out. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just yapped for a while.
Did you see? No, it's all right, Brenna. You're right. And Cannonball, you're saying that they bring diseases. So Haiti falls under CARICOM nations, right? Caribbean nations. And because we fall under Caribbean nations, vaccines are mandatory to all children in Caribbean nations. Vaccines are mandatory. Make I repeat that. You cannot be integrated to school. You cannot find a job. Nothing can be done unless your kids start off with vaccines. We start off with the BCG shots since the day we are born. So for you to say that we are bringing diseases, that's just a blatant lie. Okay, that's just a flat out lie. And to the person who said that homicide rates are high in Haiti, Haiti does not have a high crime rate. Haiti does have a high revolution problem because they do fight against their government a lot because of what they are doing, because of the laws that are passed. They're also, because of where they sit in the Caribbean, they're also subjected to a lot of storms and hurricanes that come through that also affect the islands. If you don't know anything about Haiti, the Haitian culture, nothing like that, Please don't speak on it.
Also, sorry to interrupt, Carrie. I just want to also add to that of like the crime rate. Well, you know what's fucking funny though? Haitians should be terrified of raising their families in America because you know what America has a really high rate of? School pew-pewings, school events. Okay? People should be fucking terrified of raising their kids in America. The leading cause of unalivings, of death for kids is not cancer. It's not fucking like any, genetic whatever. It's not disease. It's not COVID. It's not fucking anything like that. It is school events, mass casualty events. That is the leading cause of children losing their life in this fucking country. Only country, by the way. Only fucking country where that's true. So, to be like, oh, we don't want the Haitians because there's high crime in Haiti. Firstly, immigrants commit crimes at a lower rate than Americans. So that's a stupid fucking thing. If you actually, ironically, if you want to lower crime per capita in the United States, you actually got to welcome in more immigrants. Ironically, that's what fucking lowers crime per capita in the U.S. is bringing in more immigrants. I know.
Immigrants are 3 times less likely to commit crimes and 8 times less likely to commit violent crimes.
Yep.
Thank you, Andrew.
And the reason behind that is mostly because
oh my God, Marvelous is an anti-vaxxer.
And cultural aspects. Also, we're on the receiving end of crimes that go unreported because we can't report them.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on the receiving end of that violence. I just want to point that out.
Big Dog says, so save the immigrant children, but abortion is okay. Oh, you really think that is some sort of logical argument? What a fucking wow.
Yeah. The Constitution says all persons born. So, unless you want to advocate for fetal personhood, that's, a fetus is not a kid.
I got a few points that a lot of people just ignore. They're not cognizant of. Is that the economy of our country is set that it has to continually expand. We are always running at a deficit. And the only way that you continually expand the economy is you have to continually expand the population. The birth rate in our country has gone down. So the only way that we can really solve the economic quagmire that we're in is to expand the population through immigration. You talk to any leading economists, the big CEOs, the big business leaders, the big thinkers, they know this is the truth. It's a hard fact to get people to swallow that. Secondly, about Ohio, I lived most of my life in Ohio. In my family alone, 3 registered nurses and 2 doctors were educated in Ohio and left the state for greener pastures. It happens, you get educated here and you leave. The economic, we have some good systems here, and we have good cities, but the jobs are outside of Ohio. So that's why places like, this is the Rust Belt. Manufacturing left. In the town I'm in, we lost 17 factories. They used to produce cars here like by the thousands per day. They don't do it anymore. So the population left Ohio, and they need workers. And that's why you have the thing with and the other really broader thing that I think people never really think about is the questioning of truth and this fact-checking and stuff. And if you look at this guy, Leo Strauss, he was a professor at the University of Chicago, and he was the father of all these, what they call the neocons, or the postmodern neoconservative deconstructionists. And they were losing the debate nationwide to neoliberals. And they couldn't stand it, so they came up with this idea that truth can only be divined through discourse, and there were no absolute truths. And that's where the argument came, where the world's only 6,000 years old. You make a postulate that of something absolutely ridiculous just to start the discourse, so that you can draw the truth away from what's known to be the true into somewhere else, a murky area, and you can begin to win the debate. And we are so entrenched in that nowadays that we just totally lose focus on what is real and what's not. And people are at a point now, they don't know. There's so many people that don't know what's real anymore. And they just totally believe it. And it's upsetting to me. So
Yeah.
those are the few things I wanted to add to the discussion tonight.
I wanted to thank you. I wanted to also just address one comment. I saw someone came in here and said 70% of arrests, 70% of their current. Brett Duncan, are you still in here? Because I will respond to that. Legal ones maybe, but not illegal. NYC reported that 70%. Jesus, I keep scrolling up and it keeps losing it. 70%. Where are you, Brett Duncan?
I think he left, Brenna. He dropped that comment and then I think he left.
Okay, well, I'm going to address it because I'm sure there's other people in here with that who saw that comment and are taking it as truth. Oh, wait, here you are. You live to know that getting those fucking numbers. Okay. You said legal ones maybe, but not illegal. NYC reported that 70% of their current cases are illegal in. So actually, fun fact, Brett Duncan, the number that was stated, I know what you're referring to because here's the fucking thing. The number that was stated was actually 75%. 75% of current arrests in New York City are apparently undocumented immigrants. You know what the funny fucking thing about that number is? It was entirely made up by a cop that was reported by the New York Post, who famously, by the way, fucking rag, okay? Fucking, famously in New York, absolute rag. They said, they published a report. I mean, they just literally published what they call an article quoting a fucking cop who said 75% of the fucking arrests in New York City that are happening are, illegal immigrants, undocumented immigrants. Turns out, a couple of fucking publications repeated that, mainly Fox. So still fucking rag. And as it turns out, that number was completely pulled out of one fucking cop's ass. And the city does not, in fact, track the immigration status of its arrestees. And in fact, it is illegal for cops to ask their arrestees for their immigration status. So that number is not only wrong, it is so fucking beyond plausible to have even been collected. It's not even legally being able to be collected. It cannot be verified because no one in the fucking city tracks that, and cops are not allowed to fucking track that, even try to. That it's fucking bullshit. But sure, you can come in here and just repeat lies because that's what people like you do.
It's the new MAGA talking point.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Ben Shapiro, but it's, feelings over facts now. That's it. Feelings don't care about your facts, Brenna. Okay?
Yeah.
So, Brenda, do you remember that when we were talking about the whole that one night we were talking about the Mandela effect, and I told you about the social experiment with the green hat and the red hat. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. How it was easy for one person to infiltrate and say, no, it was that's exactly how this is working right now we're watching in real time.
Oh yes.
You have one person to make a false statement, but then you have a crowd effect backing up said false statement without even fact checking it, and then you have these people in the comment section who are just regurgitating what they were told. They are not even looking into it. They are just repeating it. That's it.
Yeah.
It's exactly what they're doing.
They're just convincing each other of it. It's just some fucking racist cops who made up a lie. And that lie got repeated by dummies who don't know how to fact check. Yes, exactly, Amanda. Revisionists in our side can't get anything done because we have to put out these fires every day. Yeah, thank you, Amanda. And that's something that we talked about here. Sorry, Kara, I'll let you go in a sec. During the debates and stuff, one of the things, obviously Joe Biden's debate was fucking appalling and whatnot. We were all very frustrated with that. But one of the things that drove me off the edge, I was like, dude, the frustrating thing with anyone debating someone like Trump, and obviously it's not just about Trump, but I think it's a good illustration of this problem, is that the problem with debating someone like Trump is that Trump will just fucking lie constantly. He'll throw out all these wild things, and then the person who's like debating him has to decide whether or not they're going to use their allotted minute or 2 minutes of time to fact check all those fucking lies or respond separately and just let those lies sit. And so they can never just have a like proactive fucking conversation. Not never, but it's a lot harder to have a proactive fucking conversation where it's like where you start, the starting point is just fucking truth and reality. And, you know, people who give a shit about facts and give a shit about helping people are like stuck like having to stoop to this fucking bullshit level to fact check all the lies rather than being like, all right, cool, let's talk about all the like actual policies that we're trying to pass and why they're good, and like let's talk about fucking reality. When you have one side that is trying to constantly just fuck with and redefine reality, the other side is it makes it so much more difficult for the other side to just operate within reality. It's so fucking ugh.
And the evidence that is the right's tactic right now is in the fact that they call and they claim that fact checking is inherently biased, always against them. That they're telling on themselves when they claim that. Like when JD Vance tonight said, "I thought we agreed that there would be no fact checking," he was telling on himself.
Yeah.
I thought we agreed that I could lie with impunity and not be called out. That's what he was saying. I thought we agreed that I could lie tonight, is what he fucking said.
Literally.
He said,
Literally.
I thought we agreed there'd be no fact checking. So yeah, this whole idea that fact checking is biased against conservatives, they're telling on themselves. They are intentionally lying because they know that we'll get bogged down in fact checking them and we won't actually get to state our point and our case for the nation. And Tim Walz and Kamala Harris's case for what they want to do for America, because we're stuck fact-checking whether or not the fuck Haitians eat dogs in Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah, Ghost. Yeah.
Did you see
Hi,
the
Straight
comment,
Edge.
Berna?
Which one?
Did you see the comment? I'm trying to scroll back to it. Wait, let me see. Why is it that both political parties are against the border? Have you been noticed that one?
Both political parties are against the border. Well, so, I mean, against the border. What do you mean by that, firstly? I will say, right now, some, people on the left are critical of the Democratic Party because of the current policies that are in place that Joe Biden passed through executive order. He basically tried to pass every bit of the border bill that he could that was tanked by Trump because he didn't want to give, Biden a win. So, low res, that's really sad. Homeboy lied the entire fucking time. Against border crossings. Okay, so, I will say, yes, Democrats have gotten a lot more conservative on asylum things. The big issue, if you want to solve the crisis at the border, the main fucking thing you can do is invest in the actual immigration system that processes asylum seekers, right? Because right now what we have, because we are a country that exists on a fucking global stage, we have agreed with other countries to take in asylum seekers. That is a special fucking thing that the world has, that basically all developed nations and more than just developed nations have agreed to take in people who claim and seek asylum, right? The problem with that is that you have to process asylum seekers because, yes, you are right. Republicans love to say asylum seekers are here and they're lying, right? A lot of asylum seekers are here legitimately seeking asylum in the first place. A lot of asylum seekers here do not have legitimate claims to asylum. I will grant you that. But the problem is you have to process every asylum seeker to figure out which ones are here, which ones have a legitimate claim to asylum and which ones don't have a legitimate claim to asylum. And that takes time and money, by the way. It takes resources. And right now, our immigration system and the courts and the entire process for evaluating every asylum seeker is so bogged down and stretched so thin. The current timeline is an average of 2 years for an asylum seeker to be processed. Now that means not just legitimate asylum seekers who will be approved, but also illegitimate asylum seekers who will eventually be deported. They have to spend 2 years in this country waiting for that court date where they cannot legally work. They cannot legally, own property. They cannot legally be engaging with the fucking economy in the way that, we need immigrants to engage with the economy. We need immigrants working like we do. Our economy actually fucking relies on that, by the way. So when you're talking, like, you have people who are complaining about, like, oh, but, all the asylum seekers, all the migrants in New York City, they're taking up resources, they're getting this, da 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 da. Like, the quickest way to solve that would be to shorten the actual processing time and make it so that instead of 2 years, it's like 2 weeks. And that way, if you process more quickly, you deport the ones who have illegitimate asylum claims, which you should all fucking love that. Conservatives should fucking love that, deporting more quickly, but you also approve the ones with legitimate asylum claims more quickly, which means that they are here legally. That means that they have documented status and they are here to legally work. And that way, they're not entitled to basically resources for the 2 years while they're waiting for the fucking court case. No, they are then entitled to get a job if someone will hire them, and they can work and pay taxes and be, contributing legally to our fucking economy. It's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win fucking situation. That is what we need to fix. If that's what you're frustrated about, that's what you need to fucking fix. But again, the border bill, the bipartisan border bill, like, that was going to be passed, was tanked by Trump.
Okay, that's the comment.
Well, Veraza, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know a lot more than you do, clearly.
Thank you for clearing up that. The comment itself confused me, so that's why I asked you about it, right? Because I saw the comment and I didn't understand what they were talking about. Well, thank you for explaining that, Brenna.
Sorry, I went on, but just explaining.
I think it's past time that Democrats realize that border policy is separate from immigration policy. We can have a secure border. We can have policies that secure our border, and then also advance policies that allow people to immigrate into this country, and make it easier for people to get here and come here. Like, border and immigration are not the same policy. We can separate those two policies completely. And I'm hearing this on Pod Save America a lot, which from Tommy Vitor, who worked in the Obama administration in foreign policy, which is to say that one of the problems that Democrats have is that we conflate the two. We say, we try to make border and immigration like the same issue, and that's how Republicans like beat us on this all the time with the general public, is because border
they conflate
and
the issue.
are separate.
Right, but but that's the thing, like, exactly. Democrats for fucking years have been saying, like, yeah, you got to fucking fund the actual process. You got to fund the immigration system. You got to put more money towards it so that it works more fucking smoothly and simply, and there's not this whole fucking waiting list. I also want to just Crave the Dave says is mad that we're blaming Trump over the border bill. We're not blaming him. That was like Republican congresspersons and senators came out and they said that that's what happened. They said, oh yeah, we had this fucking bipartisan bill that was ready to be passed, that was presented by Republicans in the first fucking place. And then Trump made some calls and told Republicans not to vote for it because he didn't want the border bill to pass, because he didn't want there to be anything, good happening with regards to immigration and the border while Biden was in office. That's a guy who doesn't give a fuck about you guys. And by the way, if he gave such a shit and he was going to fix everything, why the fuck? He was president. He didn't fix shit while he was president. Sorry, haterade. Like, we have facts on our side. And the fact that, fucking people like JD Vance get mad when they get fact checked, and you guys like to say that, facts have a liberal fucking bias. Like, just you prove if facts have a liberal bias, that's only because the right just lies through their fucking teeth constantly. And he went on stage and said, blame me. Happily, haterade. I mean, haterade, Langford, we've shown the sources on here, but Langford from, is he Ohio? Is Langford Ohio? No. What state is Langford? Oklahoma. Thank you. I knew it was like the O. Whatever. Langford. You can Google this. The sources are there. I don't know how to show you otherwise. Oh, I just named a source for you, Langford. Haterade, I just named a fucking source for you, so you're gonna pretend I didn't do that. Okay. Thank you for proving that you literally don't give a shit about facts and you just want to lie. I just gave you a fucking source. Langford.
One of my favorites.
He's a fucking Republican.
Things.
He's a fucking Republican. He's the guy who introduced the bill, who said that Trump came out and called around to get it fucking stopped.
Senator James Langford.
James
of
Langford,
Oklahoma.
thank you.
One of
Of
my
Oklahoma.
all-time favorite things to do on this app when people say that they have a problem with Kamala's border policy is to go and literally read these items like no amnesty, period. No free work permits handed out at the border. No more than a 10-year wait for asylum hearings. Further building the wall. More ICE agents, more Border Patrol agents for arrests, more asylum officers for faster hearings and deportations, more than $650 million.
Trump also said at
border wall
Haterade.
construction.
Trump also said.
Anyways, there's this huge list that I like to go and I like to ask them, tell me what you like and don't like, and they're like, I like that, 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 and then I remind them that that's the James Langford border bill that Kamala Harris and tonight Tim Walz said Kamala Harris will sign into law if she becomes president. That, as much as I disagree with a lot of it, that is Kamala Harris's border policy. More Border Patrol agents, more ICE agents, no amnesty, no free work permits. Right? I mean, this is not
No, actually, Haterade, border crossings right now are lower than they were when Trump left office. Also, Trump himself said that it was him. He said, blame it on me. Quote. That's a quote. Blame it on me with regards to the fucking border bill getting tanked. And those weren't the only two. Lindsey Graham also said it. Thank you, Lizette. They're flying people over border. So they are flying people over. Okay, so
Mitch McConnell said it too. Sorry.
Let you join or be afraid. Excuse me, be afraid. Is that a threat, Haterade? Are you threatening my life, Haterade?
I can't bring guests up.
We're talking
Why can't you bring
about
guests up?
Kamala's border policy. What does she say about path to citizenship for the people who are already here, not at the border? Does she have anything like that to integrate in the policy?
Haterade. No, Haterade. Clarify. What do you mean, be afraid?
You're afraid to allow guests.
No, we've allowed fucking guests up here all the time. We had a white nationalist up here earlier. Fucking.
Okay, well, congratulations. That's what you asked me. What I was referring to. That's what I was saying.
Let you up or be afraid?
I said.
Let me join or be afraid.
Very simply, you weren't allowing me as a guest.
I didn't see your request. I didn't see your fucking request.
You asked me what I meant.
Hold on, Haterade, let me just clarify, because this is already starting off hot and heated. Let me just clarify that TikTok just changed their user interface. For example, I'm a mod, and the way that I would normally bring up guests no longer exists. I have to actually I have to press interact, and then it shows my screen about whether or not I want to turn my camera on, and I just had to press like the three dots on the far right, and then it said manage guests. Like, it was very convoluted. It used to be very straightforward. So if that's on me as a moderator to not know the new way to bring up guests, because it has recently changed. So let's just cool it down.
Also, but I am going to point out, Amanda also in the chat is saying, you said let me up or be afraid. Yeah, that's the way that is worded very much sounds like a threat. That's not grammatically, that doesn't make sense that you're saying, oh, if I don't let you up, that means I'm afraid. Grammatically, what you said is a fucking threat.
What I said. Are you afraid to let me up? If you just change the order of the two words.
You said, quote, let me up or be afraid.
How dramatic are you?
I mean, I get threatened here all the fucking time. I'm just checking because people like you do fucking threaten me on here. You said, quote, let me up or be afraid. I'm just saying, like, I'm not ridiculous to ask you if that's a fucking threat. The way it's worded is a fucking threat.
Okay, fine. You think it's a threat. Here,
Grammatically, it's a threat. No. It's not about rephrase. Yeah, haterade. If you rephrase a set of words, they mean something else. Yes, like yes. If you change the order of words, there is a different meaning to them. Congratulations. That is grammar 101.
Here we go. Are you afraid to let me up, or will you let me up, or are you afraid?
Those are different. That's a different order. You said let me up or be afraid, dude.
Let me up to be a guest or be afraid.
Which sounds like a fucking threat, dude. Grammatically, that is a threat. Or be afraid. You're telling me I gotta be afraid if I don't bring you up. That's a fucking threat, dude. Jesus.
Why am I up here? Why do you keep talking about it?
Because someone let you up here. No, I'm talking about it because I do want to, like, for you acting, I am just clarifying that, that sounds like a fucking threat. I'm not alone in feeling that. But, like, we can move on, haterade. But the fact is, telling someone to be afraid, dude, haterade, telling someone to be afraid if they don't do what you tell them to, that's a fucking threat. I'm just fucking clarifying. And if you don't understand that, like, fine. I'm just teaching you English right now. I'm teaching you English grammar right now. To tell someone to be afraid if they don't do what you tell them to, that is a fucking threat. Okay? Now, I'm sorry that you didn't understand that. I forgive you for not understanding the grammar of what you were saying, but you threatened me. And maybe in the future, you should use correct grammar if you don't intend to threaten someone. Cool. Would you like to talk about that?
After they're requested to join a live or be afraid.
Yeah, that's a fucking threat, dude.
More words than what you just said. You just said so many more words in the sentence than you wrote.
Join a live.
That's a fucking threat, dude.
No response, and I said,
let me up or be afraid. That's a threat. You said, let me up or be afraid. Congrats. Yes.
Here we go. There's 3 people.
That's a threat.
Is the word or a threat?
It's not the. It's or else. Do you understand? Okay, do you understand that or else is a threat?
It's your decision.
No, well, let's start.
Or is implying you are
a single, it's not, okay, be afraid. Be afraid is a command, correct? You understand that be afraid is a command.
The word or is
be afraid is a command. Yes.
No, listen.
In this, I am listening.
You are making a decision.
Correct? I think there's a very simple.
Be afraid is the threat part, dude.
You could have made.
Be afraid.
Let me up.
Put the word
let
or
me up. No, hold on. Because you said be afraid. Can I just explain this to you, guy?
Yeah, dude, shut up.
Let me help. Let me help you. Haterade, let me help you.
Be afraid is the threat. Be afraid is the threat. Go ahead, Andrew.
There's one word that could have made all the difference. Let me up or you're afraid. That makes perfect sense. Let me up or be afraid is a call to be afraid.
Or, dude, haterade.
Or, it doesn't matter. Or isn't the question here.
Haterade. If you said someone, let me up or I'll unalive you, that's also a threat. You understand that, right? Let me up or I'll unalive you. That's a fucking threat. Okay? So, or is not the fucking problem here. It's be afraid. The command, which sounds like a fucking threat, dude. That's a threat. So maybe you. Yes, be afraid. Language. Be is the commanding fucking be to be. What do you mean? You don't understand how that's a command? Be afraid. Be good. Do you understand? What does it mean to tell someone, hey, be good?
Let me up or be good. Is that a threat?
No, because you understand that's a command.
So you just made the argument that be is a command.
It is a command. Yes, and I said, and I used the, and you said, be
calm.
Be calm.
You can understand English?
Oh, I clearly understand it a lot fucking better than you do, dude.
Obviously not.
Yeah, I obviously do. You know, be is a command. Thank you for fucking proving. Be good is not a threat. Be good is a command. To be good. To behave well.
You just said that be is a command.
It is a command. Be is a command. Yes, it is.
You're saying that the word after it
afraid.
On what you're saying. So if you say
yeah.
Good, it's
so
not
be is a command. Dude, you understand? Be is a command. Oh, dude. Oh, God, you're embarrassing her.
No, be good is a command.
Be good is a command. You asked if it's a threat, and I said it's not a threat. Be good is not a threat. You asked if it was a fucking threat, and I said no. Be good is a command. That's the example I gave you. I said be good is a command.
But it is.
Be is a command.
How about I change one word in your sentence? How about I say change one word? Haterade, what? How about I change one word in your sentence? Let me up or be unalived. Is that a threat?
That's a pretty important word, wouldn't you say? Unaliving is the
Yeah,
same
you
as
said
ending
afraid.
March.
You told me to be afraid.
That's the
Yeah,
stupidest
Haterade.
analogy I've ever heard in my life.
Haterade, that you like just again.
I
Okay.
changed one word.
Yeah, you said be afraid. What should I be afraid
Change a
of?
word to a completely different meaning. Of course, it's different. How are you guys even? How old are you guys? You guys
Oh
20?
my god,
This is dumb
dude. Are you fucking 12? Have you not?
No,
Dude, this is so fucking embarrassing, dude.
English is the oldest language you speak. Like, how is it that you don't understand?
This is so embarrassing.
20 minutes later, you're still saying,
It's
if
the
you're afraid,
implication, bro. It's the implication. of
Fucking
it,
yeah,
bro.
Haterade. Like, dude, you told me to be afraid if I don't do what you tell me to. That's a fucking threat. Literally, the whole chat sees it. Everyone knows it. Haterade, just because you don't understand fucking grammar is not my fucking fault. Like I'm letting you know. You literally, dude, Haterade, Haterade. You know what a fucking adult would have done here? A like reasonable adult who's not an emotional little baby. An adult would have said, "My bad. That's not what I meant to say." That's all you had to fucking say. But instead, you're trying to argue English fucking grammar. Everyone in here knows what those words mean except you. You are so fucking afraid of acknowledging that you fucked up that you're like insisting on being able to threaten. You don't care? Okay, dude. Okay, then bye. No one gives a fuck, dude. All right. Someone else want to come up here who doesn't? Does anyone else want to come up here? I'm happy to have people who disagree with me unless you fucking threaten me. Okay?
How is that hard to understand?
Jesus, how was that hard to understand? You guys are fucking pathetic, dude.
They cannot admit, they cannot say, "Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say what you thought I
Yeah,
said."
all you had to say was, "I didn't mean to threaten you. Sorry."
Trump-splaining.
That's all you had to fucking
This is the
say.
Trump era of Trump-splaining, which is to say, what I said isn't what I said.
Yeah,
that's what the Trump era.
And trying to fucking redefine English grammar, dude.
I mean, language evolves, right? But that fucker was threatening. That was a threatening statement, dog. Like,
Telling someone to be be afraid is a fucking threat. Yeah, it's a threat, guys.
The fact that he tried to explain his way around and tell you that it wasn't is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Like, come on, bro. All you have to do is acknowledge you threatened her, and that's it. That's all you have to say. My bad.
Yeah. All you had to say was like, that's not what I meant. Sorry. All you had to, but like to try to change, try to redefine fucking grammar. Sorry, I'll let you go in a second. To actually just try to change. Like, you don't get to define grammar. It's what it fucking was. You know, to say, oh, is or a threat? Is or a threat? Jesus. Like, that question made me fucking dumber, to tell you the truth. Someone asked me, is or a threat? The word or. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Give me your wallet or be afraid.
Yep.
Hello, that's fucking simple. That's so simple.
Do what I say or be afraid. Like, Jesus. I mean, you can use that in anything.
Oh, that guy was from Hawaii.
No, I think he's referring to you.
Oh yeah. I'm from Maui. Yeah, what's up? But
AC is a regular.
Yeah, that guy had no chill. He's absolutely not from Hawaii. No chill. He had no chill. He's from Arkansas or something. He is not from a state with a coast.
I think the person who made that comment does not understand the difference between nationality, ethnicity, and race, though. So,
You're right. I mean, I'm Mexican Filipino. I live in Hawaii, so like, I mean, I don't know. Well, ethnicity, right? I'm like Asian and Hispanic, but then like with Mexicans, it's like there's white Hispanics, and then there's like white Mexicans, and then there's like native Mexican people, and that goes into a different thing. I'm not too sure. Like, I don't know. What is your thoughts on that? Anybody got something to share about that?
I don't know what the question is. If you local, you local. Yeah. I think if you're whole, well, I guess it depends on the fucking context.
You would be considered part Asian, would you not? I mean, you're part Asian. You said you're half Filipino. You would be part Asian, would you not?
Yes, exactly. But then the other aspect of it is that I'm half Mexican. But then Mexican isn't really a fucking uh race, right? It's like
Right.
a mixture.
That's it. Well, Mexican is a
Yeah, it's a
nationality.
nationality.
Yeah.
Right, right. So that's where I get mixed up.
Mm.
So is Hispanic a race? Is that what that is? That's what I should be saying, right? I'm
Hispanic
Asian and
is a
Hispanic.
race? I don't think it is.
Yeah,
See,
I don't. That's what's fucking weird because the United States, because you can be Hispanic, you can be very white Mexican, like descended directly from Spanish colonizers in Mexico, and you're just as Mexican as like an indigenous Mexican person who's descended entirely from indigenous folk. You know,
right,
it's
right.
yeah, I don't know, but here, yes, here in the United States, when you fill in forms, they ask if you are, you know, because also here's the funny thing is Spanish people from Europe are Hispanic, even though in Spain, like people are mostly white with a lot of like North African roots. You know, there's like a lot of kind of Moorish blood in Spain as well. Some Sephardic blood. Yeah, I think there's like 40% of the population has some sort of Sephardic, you know, whatever in them. But Hispanic, but in the United States, when you fill out those forms, you know, if they ask if you're Latino or Latina, you say no. But if they ask if you're Hispanic, you say yes. It's very fucking stupid in this country. Let me just say that.
And that's where my confusion starts, Brenna.
Yeah.
That's right. Because ethnicity-wise, I am Mopan Maya and Garifuna, right? But my nationality would be Belizean, right? But racially, I'm white adjacent. I look like a whole ass white woman. So
Yeah.
it's a bit trivial.
Yeah.
And that's I think when some people have these conversations, I don't think they know the difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality.
Oh yeah, they definitely do
More
not.
often than not, they don't know the difference.
Yeah.
They don't. So
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I don't know. I gotta learn, and like in Hawaii is different too, because then there's like different aspects to it. Like if you're born and raised here, and you grew up here, learning the culture of like there's like Hawaiian culture, and then there's local culture. Local culture is like the accumulation of a bunch of different races that were brought here to work on the plantations, like Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Puerto Rican, freaking German, Irish, like all these different nationalities, right, or races came together and they couldn't communicate to each other, so they made a new language called Hawaiian Creole or Hawaiian Pidgin.
Yeah.
And that's a whole different cultural aspect than Hawaiian culture.
Well, that's the other. I
So
mean,
when I
also
heard
just you brought in to bring like culture. What Carrie was saying is, you know, yes, and I agree with that. But culture is the other thing that a lot of people in the U.S. think that culture and race and ethnicity and nationality are all the exact same thing, when it's like no, like there are multiple cultures in one nationality, which can be. Some can be, you know, according to ethnicity, some can be according to race, but it also, some of it is like cross racial, cross ethnic, you know, like you can share culture. I don't know, like, you know, it's like, and the American concept of cultural appropriation is so specifically American because in the United States, there's like a high propensity to confuse like the lines with being the same, where people think like, oh, you're not allowed to engage in Spanish culture, for example, if you're not Hispanic, you know, like darker skin Hispanic, like brown Hispanic. Some people will be like, oh, it's cultural appropriation for like a white person to do XYZ that happens to be Hispanic. And it's like, no, actually, that culture is practiced in Spain. That's, you know, primarily white. And like, and also, you know, it's culture isn't always like defined along ethnic lines. And also most Spaniards would happily share their culture with you, even if you are not Spanish or Hispanic. You know what I mean? Like the US is very like, likes to draw very hard lines between things that are not all that, you know, hard.
But then when it comes to like,
Yes, I think that what Brenna's trying to say, I think the Caribbean would be a perfect example, right? Like example in a Belize, right? Whereas I'm Mopan, like I said, I'm Mopan Maya and with Garifuna, right? But culturally speaking, I am not the monolith for for Belizean culture, meaning that you have other integrated ethnicities within Belize that practice different cultures. Depends which ethnicity you stem from is what culture you would practice, if that makes sense. It also varies in the language you speak. If you are from the inner cities, you would find that you're predominantly find Portuguese and Italian being spoken more so than Creole. So then you go into the islands and it's a little bit different. But we're all from the same nationality. We're all Belizeans, right?
Mhm.
I think Mexico also is the same thing, where you have people who are direct descendants of the Spaniards, but you also have direct descendants from the indigenous tribes that practice complete different cultures from each other. They vary from each other. So
And
so,
also Carrie, like culture, no one has just one culture, right? Like everyone has multiple cultures, and cultures are, we can talk big like on the level of ethnicities, but there's also like there's a reason workplace culture, for example, that's a term that's not like, I mean, you know, we can roll our eyes on it at it, but it's actually true, right? Like culture can also be the culture of a specific, you know, a small group of people, like, you know, employees of people at a workplace. That a workplace can have a specific workplace culture. A city can have a specific culture. A family within itself can have a specific like culture is not defined by its size. Culture by definition just has to be shared between two or more people, basically. And so
Would you say that culture is perpetuated by the people, right?
culture
Would you say that?
culture yeah has to be, I mean, by definition culture is shared tradition and practice.
So
And by tradition I don't mean like historic tradition. That's like an easy word to be like, oh, that means culture has to be like a gazillion years old. No, culture is just like shared practices and understanding,
like
you know,
one
between
reason I
people.
bring that up is because sometimes people come here to Maui or Hawaii and then they like the way that it is, right? They
Mhm.
think the culture or the way things are here is they love it, so they move here,
Mhm.
right? And then they move here, right? And that raises prices for goods and commodities here, and that raises the rent and stuff like that. So the
Mhm.
people that originally were here that were perpetuating the culture, right, have to move away. And they can't
Mhm.
afford it, so they move to the mainland. But then the people that come here and move here, they want to change it because they don't like, I don't know, they don't like a certain aspect of it. They don't like the roosters that crow because we
Mhm.
get roosters everywhere, right? So they want to change certain things, right? But that's a part of the culture. But then when they say they love the culture here and they come here and displace the people that perpetuate the culture, I just find that like kind of hypocritical, and people don't see it that way. But
Right.
if I may answer
Yeah.
Amanda, indigenous is not a race, Amanda. Indigenous is a global term. You could be indigenous to a very parts of different continents, different countries, different areas. Racially speaking, I am white adjacent because my skin complexion is white. My ethnicity is Mopan Maya. So that's, and then my nationality would be Belizean. I think that TikTok has managed to distort those lines.
But I will say, but I think Carrie, Mopan Maya is an indigenous race or ethnicity.
Yes,
Correct? Yeah.
it's indigenous. Yes, we
Yeah.
are direct descendants of the Toltec Mayas. So we are native to that land. But I'm not indigenous to America. You know, like to this country. That would be Native Americans. Does that make sense? Where I'm trying to come from? I think I'm getting across
Yeah.
the right way. I think.
Yeah. Yes, you are. Carrie is indigenous, but not Native American indigenous. She is indigenous to Belize, which is and descendant from Mopan Mayas.
Yes. Um. So
Yeah.
yes, it is an indigenous race. We have shared the land with the Quechua Maya and the Ochte Maya for thousands of years. We are direct descendants of the Toltec. We can trace back our descendants to the Toltec civilization. That's how far we can trace
Uh-oh,
back.
we lost Andrew.
So yes, I am indigenous to my land. Yes. Um,
that's a
We
lot
lost
of
Andrew.
fucking things that gotta look at, like in the like intersectionality, right? Is something
Yeah.
that's what it's called, right? To view things through intersectionality, where everything and the historical context of it all plays a big part in the way we view like the structure of society as it is now.
Yeah. Well, I think also,
Because,
I mean,
yeah.
and you asked a great question. I think it's more it's a little bit more complicated than like, you know, culture. It's hard to define. I think culture is difficult to talk about if you're talking about it in like hard line terms, right? I think that's why it gets so difficult to talk about, because Americans conceptualize it as like, is this culture or is that culture? Is this better for culture or is that, like, that's not how that works. Culture is by definition like spread, has to be shared. One person cannot have a culture, right? Like a culture cannot just be a single person. A culture has to be shared among people for it to be culture. And so culture is constantly changing. It's constantly evolving because the way something is shared between two people is different than the way that thing may be shared between two other people, right? And so by definition, like, it's a little bit, we can talk about like, oh yes, in my culture, it's very common to do X, Y, Z. That doesn't mean every single person in that culture will do something in that way. That just means, oh, that's typical in a certain culture. And just because you don't do it a certain way doesn't mean you are not of that culture. You know what I mean? Like, there's not, it's once you start being like, oh, this and like this only belongs to this culture, like that's not always true either, because like, I mean, many cultures do very similar things in different, you know, way, whatever. But also like, just because you are not raised in a culture doesn't mean that you can't like adopt that culture by being surrounded by it and interacting with that culture, you know, because you live in a different place or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, an American who moves to Spain, who interacts with Spanish culture is that by definition going to adopt, parts of Spanish culture, because they're going to be engaging with Spanish culture. Like, it's very difficult for them to not engage in Spanish culture and therefore be a part of and share that culture on something. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's hard to be like, oh, is this culture? Is that, or is that, you know, where's the line? I don't think culture, and this is my personal belief about it. Americans really, really disagree with a lot of this kind of stuff. They like to draw very hard lines. I personally disagree with, you know, I think that you can't draw hard lines around culture by definition.
I mean, like, if you are willing to assimilate and integrate into the local culture, like, of course you're gonna be able to perpetuate it as well, right? Once you buy into the culture.
Yes, and also like, to be clear, like, there's like assimilation, there's like different degrees of it, right? Like, my mother was an American who lived in Spain for over 30 years, and she very much assimilated to Spanish culture. You know what I mean? Like, that was her home. Loves Spain. She misses it very much. But that doesn't mean that she entirely like let go of her American culture. She also engaged very much in American culture and like was able to do both. And that doesn't mean, and the thing is, you know, each individual is different. So how can you look at my mother and be like, oh, she's only 50% engaging in Spanish culture because maybe she wasn't living the exact same life as like any given specific like Spanish woman. But it's like, okay, but no two Spanish women are living the exact same fucking life also, you know, like, yeah. So you can assimilate to a culture. That doesn't mean 100% adoption of every single fucking thing of that culture, because that doesn't even, that's not even possible. You know what I mean? Possible.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay. There's certain issues, right, that are happening here, right? And there's people who didn't experience living here like how I did. Like I say, I'm born first generation here, born and raised here. But there's people that come here who love the land, who live here, who are involved. Because I don't think it personally that because I was born and raised here that my perspective or my opinions are more valid than people who weren't born here. But I would say that there is a difference, right? When you have a different perspective of being here, being born and raised here, versus someone who recently moved here, or they've been living here for 30 years but they moved from somewhere else. There is a perspective, there is like a difference in that. And I think that's important to acknowledge. What do you think? Do you think someone's opinion, like, do you think there is a difference between someone like I don't know where you're from or whatever, the kind, like, you could be born and raised from that town, right? But then someone comes into that town from a different area and they've lived there as long as you or whatever, right? And then they give their thoughts and opinions on it. But there is still a distinction between, because you was born and raised there, right? You know that place. That's what I think. What do you think?
Well, so I'm what's considered a third culture kid, and maybe this is why I have such a specific kind of perspective on it. I was born and raised in Spain. My father is Spanish. I mean, I was raised within Spain 100% until I was 18, you know? So you could say, oh, my entire culture is Spanish.
Oh, damn.
But then
That's cool. That's cool.
thank you. But the reality is my mother's American, right? And so I was also exposed to American culture quite a bit, right? And so you would hear that and most people would think, oh, okay, so I had exposure to two cultures, if we're speaking very generally, and we're not talking about like, oh, microcultures and all that kind of stuff. But the reason people like me are actually called third culture kids, for example, is that kids who grow up with either parents of like two different cultures or with at least one parent of a different culture than the culture that they grow up in are do not only just engage with those two cultures, they also develop and are part of a third culture that is that comes from multiculturalism. Does that make sense? It's really hard to like understand, but basically like I went to an international school and I was surrounded by a lot of cultures, so that's a whole separate thing too, that I was exposed to a lot of different cultures and my school like operated on this idea of like we share culture and like we celebrate everyone's culture and like we invite each other to engage in one another's cultures, like trying foods, you know, clothing, learning about the history, all that kind of stuff. But which is like, you know, pretty amazing. But there's like, setting that aside, third culture is like there is a separate culture that is defined by growing up multiculturally. That is not just, it's kind of like, you know, like being, you know, growing up like biracial in the United States, right? Like, yes, you grow up sometimes with an experience of both races, but you grow up with also a very unique set of experiences that come from being biracial. And so like I think when we're talking about like, oh, but is it different if someone was born and raised within a culture and someone else comes and joins the culture, like is there like a difference to that? Like, yeah, but also like that doesn't inherently mean like there are people who weren't born in Spain who like moved to Spain as adults or like maybe when they were 10 or whatever, like as kids, but they grew up whatever, who are more Spanish culturally than me, right? But just because I'm born and raised in Spain doesn't mean, and I'm trying to be careful because I also know you're talking about like people like gentrifiers, right, in Hawaii who maybe like affect the culture. And yes, like we should preserve culture, but I think also like acknowledge that there's not like a clear answer of like, oh, if you were born and raised in a culture that makes you inherently more of an expert or more of the person who gets to say what that culture is than someone who joined later in life, because that's not always true. You know what I mean? You can, I don't know. Yeah. That's a good question, Mr.
So there's nuances to that, AC. I would say that it's also who is directly impacted by the decisions that are made would have more of would feel like they have more of an opinion, if that makes sense.
Right.
I think that's also a factor because back home, like I said, back home when it comes to tribal ties in land, we don't like outsiders having an opinion in it because that's tribal land. So that in that context, the reason why we don't like outsiders is because of the way we were colonized and the colonial plantations were. We were directly impacted by that. So we don't feel like if somebody who just moved in, we don't feel like they have the right to have a say in it because they were not directly impacted the way we were. But I don't know if that applies to in other contexts to other countries, if that makes sense.
And also, and I will say also, like, because colonialism also, like, the part of the reason, obviously, that the U.S. is so fucking, is all about drawing these hard lines is obviously because of the history that the U.S. has with, you know, colonialism and culture and, you know, whatever. But, like, you know, in Spain, for example, like Spain, the Iberian Peninsula has been conquered and, just been ruled over by so many different peoples that there's a certain like understanding of like our culture. Like Spanish culture is made up of ancient Greek culture, ancient Roman culture, Celtic culture. So like there's a lot of kind of like super old traditions that are shared with like the Irish. People don't realize this, but the Celts were in Spain for a long time in the Iberian Peninsula. Visigoths were there for a few hundred years. So I think it was first Visigoths, then Celts, then ancient Greeks, then Romans, I think. Then there was the Moors, so North African, kind of Moroccan. We have a lot of Moorish influence in Spain. We have a lot of what looks, like Arabic, Moorish influence in our foods, in our music, in our words, in our language, in the names of our places and stuff, in our decor, everything. People are like always so shocked when they come to Spain and they see things that look very, kind of like Arab influenced. And it's like, well, we were under Moorish rule for like 400 or 500 years. So of course. And then after that, there's like the Catholic kings and stuff. Like culture is not, it's like when people come in, they don't just assimilate to culture, they also change culture. And I know that there's a lot of protectionism of culture. And I think, yes, that's great. You should obviously preserve traditional traditions and whatnot. But culture, by definition, again, once there's a new person engaging in it, it is changed by the fact that it is being engaged. Like if culture exists kind of as this thing between us, not something internal, it is something that is between us. When you add another person, you inherently change that culture. There's no way of not doing that. And again, that's why you can't say like, oh, Spanish culture is paella or seafood paella. I don't fucking eat seafood paella. I hate seafood. But like,
Yeah.
I'll eat like, some paellas that I like, but it's also, does that make me any less Spanish? Like, yeah, we'll joke and we'll be like, yeah, I'm a bad Spaniard. I'm bad at fucking Spanish culture because I hate seafood paella. But the reality is like, no, that doesn't make me any less fucking Spanish or any less culturally Spanish. That's just different. Like not every single individual is going to engage in a culture 100% according to what that culture is 1000% of the time. Yeah, I don't know if that.
I guess I'm just struggling with like trying to keep it the same so I can have my kids grow up in the same culture.
Yeah. No true Scotsman.
But then, like you said, it's never gonna be the same because there's always gonna be more people, and like, I guess I have to pick and choose which aspects of the culture to push in my own way because I can't control how other people affect the culture, right?
Yeah. And I think that's but like culture has always adapted. I know that we want to preserve, and again, I do applaud that. I think we should like applaud a lot of preservation of culture, but also understanding culture is going to adapt because culture also comes from like the necessities of the era as well, right? Like a lot of traditional foods are born from, and we were just talking about this, Carrie, right? We were talking about traditional Belizean foods and how they come from a history where Belizeans were being starved by their fucking colonizers. And they, as a result, had to use every piece of the animal and now have developed traditional foods where it may not be a necessity now to use every single body part of an animal. I forget what one of the examples were that you gave, Carrie. I don't want to misspeak. Cow foot, yeah. So it may not be required in Belize by Belizeans to eat cow foot now in order to survive, but part of that culture was born. It is a now traditional dish that is born out of necessity of an era. And circumstance of a different time. And as those circumstances change, that culture will also change and adapt. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's shown the integration It's not only shown in our foods, but also in our languages. And you can also see the influence that the Spaniards and the Portuguese brought, and the Italian as well.
Yeah.
For example, sudado came from the Spaniards. Sudado is a seafood plate that came from the Spaniards that came. Huteto came from the Portuguese. So you see a lot of our foods are very similar to Brazilian foods. We have many foods like pan con queijo is food
Pan
that's eaten
con
back at home, but in
queijo.
Brazil.
Oh, I love pan con queijo. Pão de queijo.
You
Pão de
can see
queijo.
the influence, you know?
So good.
You can see that integrated influence in our food. So Belizean food is you have two latas of the food itself. I mean, we still have our traditional foods, but you still see the influence that the European people
Lucky to care.
brought to us. You know, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, and it was the Portuguese, the Spaniards, and the Italians that came to our shores, mostly predominantly in Belize. But then again, you go to another Caribbean nation, you go to Trinidad and Tobago, you see Swedish, you know, you see Dutch. You know, it depends where in the Caribbean nations you will see that our food was influenced by the colonialism that took place.
Yeah.
So yes, that's a good example of culture
Right.
integration.
And Carrie, actually, that's great that you bring that up too, of like colonial influence. Like, yeah, we can all agree that colonialism, not good, bad. But at the same time, like, we would not expect cultures to give up certain traditions just because they originally came from colonialism. You know what I mean? Like, there are traditional foods in Belize, in other, countries in, South America, Central America and stuff, that yes, some of those traditions and foods came from colonizers, came from a very bad thing, but they're not inherently bad that they are now part of the culture. So when we're talking about people, coming, and again, I want to be very careful about this because I'm not trying to be like, oh, it's not a big deal that, gentrification can push communities and certain culture out. But I think the fact, just inherently, if we're thinking about it more in a theoretical way, a culture adopting new practices from a new people that are joining, that isn't inherently bad, right? And that can become part of the culture, and that's okay. And that's, New York is famous for its pizza. That's not because of the indigenous Native Americans who were in New York when it was first, fucking colonized. No, obviously. That's not even from the first wave of colonizers or whatever. It's from like the third or fourth wave of immigrants that came to New York, at a certain point in its history. And then New York adopted it as part of its culture and stuff,
Like, one thing that we do on over here is, like, when we see something that's like negative, we're like, oh, bruh, take that back to the mainland. Or we say like, oh, this isn't the mainland.
Yeah.
We say those kind of things. And like, when you say, when we say that, or when I say it, I think like, okay, there's a distinction between mainland and over here, the culture, right? Like, over here, we scrap, we fight with our hands. But recently, there's been a lot of gun violence lately. And that's a mainland thing. We say, oh, that's a mainland thing. But is that a mainland thing, or is that because the societal, economic things have made it so that we are just like the mainland, in which people turn to gun violence?
Right. Careful with the word. Careful with the G word.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
My bad.
It's okay.
But
The pew-pews.
Yep, pew-pews are weapon.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a great point too, AC, right? Because that's inherently bad, right? Pew-pew, or firearm violence, inherently bad. It's not just because it's coming from like, colonization or whatever. No, sorry, I don't mean to air quote colonization, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, it is inherently bad. And yes, probably on some level it is being brought to Hawaii from the mainland, right? Because mainland, we have an issue with firearm violence for sure. And people will say, well, that's part of American culture. Unfortunately, American firearm culture is what results in American firearm violence, and therefore firearm violence is part of American culture. It's very bleak, but it's true. It is true on many levels. And yes, so you can say, oh, that's a mainland thing. That's a mainland thing that's being brought over to Hawaii. But at a certain point, it also becomes Hawaiian culture, once it is part of the Hawaiian fabric of, you know, society, of Hawaiian society, it is, yes, it may have come originally from mainland, but it becomes a part of Hawaiian culture. I mean, unless it gets stopped, you know, knock on wood, somehow, you know, if somehow Hawaii manages to stave off that bit of culture that the rest of, you know, the U.S. has, congratulations, that would be amazing. But at a certain point, yeah, it becomes part of Hawaiian culture as well, you know? That's what, yeah. I don't know.
I thank you guys. I appreciate you guys' time and like sharing your sharing your wisdom with me. And I know sometimes
I mean, we're
come
not
up here
wise.
and
We're
we
just
talk
talking
about
out of our
politics.
asses.
But
I mean,
you guys
Brenna,
are
speak
good.
for yourself.
Yeah.
Joking.
You guys are good though.
Actually, all jokes aside, I have to drop. Good night. Thanks again, Brenna.
Thank you for joining again,
having
Carrie.
me.
Thank
And
you.
AC, it's nice, always nice speaking to you. And I would love more of these conversations that are more lighthearted. But I
Yeah.
also do like when those very high blood pressure, angry people come up here because they listen. They make me laugh. You hear? It's. I have very few joys in my life, and that's one of them with Brenna. So yes, thank you for that.
Thank you, Carrie. It's always a pleasure to have you up here. Thank you. Oh, boy.
But yeah, I gotta go too. But
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you,
And
AC.
I'll come and see you guys some other time. Shoots, aloha.
Aloha. Hi, Asinine Frog. It's just you and me here, buddy.
What up? How you doing?
We lost Andrew. What happened to Andrew? Did he say he was dropping? Because I didn't see him saying he was. Good night, Carrie. Saying he was going to. Yeah. Oh God, Marvelous is back. Jeez. I might hop off soon too because guess what I received? If you missed it earlier, I received an advanced copy of Unredacted, Russia, Trump, and the Fight for Democracy by Christopher Steele. This is, he's the guy who was behind the Steele dossier that came out in like 2016. He's the guy, you know, with the with all the information on the connections to Russia for Trump and stuff, including the Elemental P tape. So I just received an advanced copy to read and maybe review. It's up to me. They just sent it to me to see if I would. I was so excited. Look at that. I think now this is exciting. This is very exciting for me. This is the first time I've been treated like a fucking influencer. So yeah, I might read this overnight. I'm sorry, Jacaris, if you thought that you were being ignored. I didn't mean to. I said at one point that lucky you for being Brazilian. Fucking delicious food, let me tell you. Brigadeiros. Is that what they're called? Oh, so good. I want that. And pão de queijo. My God, so good. So good. Now I want some. Pan de queso. Ugh.
You watched the vice presidential debate tonight?
We did. I watched that earlier. Yeah.
What were your thoughts on it?
That JD Vance is a lot because he's not as senile as Trump. It's a lot easier for him to just very smoothly lie. You know what I mean? A lot of what he said were lies, but because he doesn't sound as crazy as Trump, it's like people can be like, "Oh, he did really well" and stuff. It's like, well, did he do well? If so much of what he said was lies, does that count as doing well in a debate? If you have to rely on so many lies.
Optically, yes.
Yeah, optically,
but,
yeah, right.
Yeah, so that was kind of my thoughts, was like, to the average person, like, optically, JD Vance looks good here, but like, to someone who like knows what he's talking about, like, yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrifying. So many people are willing to believe so many fucking lies like that. Brigadeiro is so easy to make.
Like when he was talking about J6 there,
Yeah.
and he was like, well, I don't know if I would have not certified it, but I would have had a debate. That was the whole Eastman plan, was trying to like debate it on the floor to get them to like change it. So like doing the debate is like what Mike Pence didn't do.
Yeah, to act as though letting an election be up to debate, to normalize the idea that election results are up to debate is fucking dangerous. That is fucking dangerous. And like just that, and also I mean the fact that he wouldn't say who won is terrifying. And then oh, what else did he fucking say?
Yeah, and then he just went to Russia, the Steele dossier.
Yeah. Did he say something about the Steele dossier? I don't even catch that.
Yeah, that was after Tim Walz had like spoken, and he was like, who won the 2020 election? And he went, what happened with Hillary, with Russia? And like, yeah.
God.
Because like, I don't know how...
Oh yeah, he said Trump saved Obamacare. Trump tried to get rid of Obamacare, and he was stopped. Thank fuck. Just Jesus. And he also, he again said that lie about, well, he raised the number. Every time they like bring this up, every couple months they raise the number of, bullshit fucking undocumented immigrants. He raised it to 25 million. Previously, Trump raised it to 20 million. Before that, they were saying 12 million. Yeah, those numbers are not grounded in reality. There's no fucking source for these numbers, guys. But then also just like misrepresenting, just speaking in terms as, because he assumes that most people, because he and fellow Republicans defunded education so thoroughly in this country. So he knows that, people who, Republican voters like don't fucking know how the country works. To blame Kamala for so many things that are literally just like, she doesn't write laws. She's the vice president. The vice president does not write laws. Neither does the president, mind you. That is not how things work. Legislation is written in Congress, passed by Congress. Sometimes, and now because fucking Trump was unprecedented in how he used executive orders, now there's been an increase in use of executive orders to try to bootstrap legislation, which is not fucking great, mind you. But, it is, for example, what Biden had to do to basically legislate a lot of what was in the bipartisan border bill that Trump tanked because he didn't want to close the border. Yep. So when he tanked that bill, Biden did use executive orders to basically bootstrap a bunch of legislation, which his administration is now getting sued for. We've talked about this before. All that kind of stuff. But like JD Vance is relying on the fact that people who are listening to him don't know how laws are passed and genuinely believe that you can blame the border on Kamala and that somehow makes fucking sense. People who repeat the border czar thing are revealing that you don't know how the government works. Like, you are revealing how uneducated you are on the subject to call Kamala fucking border czar and act like the border is her fucking fault. You don't know how the basics of how the government works. You obviously don't fucking know. So like, it's like,
to say, it's ironic that they say she does nothing, but it's like the vice president obviously has limited power, but even within that limited power, she has cast the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president in history.
She literally has done more than any vice president in history. She's literally done more than every fucking...
Anytime someone brings that up, I just ask them, what did Mike Pence do? Other than on J6, it was the greatest thing he did.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Like, I tried looking it up once. It was like one from his state, and they were like, he helped fund the Space Force, and it's like, cool.
The Space Force. Oh my God, it's nuts. It's not. Oh, and also saying that like, Iran attacked because of fucking Biden or whatever. And it's like, well, that's like, Trump is the one who basically got rid of the previous fucking Iran policy that then like empowered them to go fuck around and do whatever the fuck they wanted. Like, Trump did that. Trump broke down that fucking, what's the fucking word I'm looking for? I don't know. Gave them billions? Yeah, you've been lied to, John. You're being played a fucking fool. you should be embarrassed.
Also like to bring
People
up,
are literally,
JD
yeah. Go for it.
JD Vance brought up that the CBP One app, the border patrol one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was made under Trump's administration, and that's the funniest part. He's like, she's using this to let the illegal aliens over. It's like, this was made in October of 2020. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. We talked about this. I'm not scared, John. I've had fucking white nationalists up here, just like you, but I do fact check. So, watch your fucking mouth. By the way, John, trying to like intimidate me isn't gonna fucking work. I do this all the fucking time. I've had like a million of you up here before. Intimidating me doesn't fucking work. What do you want to say, John?
Did you just call me a white nationalist?
Well, I said, I don't know if I called you one. I said I had one up here.
You seem
Earlier
really
today.
triggered.
I'm triggered. I mean, you want to talk? Tell me. What do you want to talk about?
What do you think of Tim Walz saying that he's friends with school unalivers?
I mean, it's clearly a mistake. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares? JD destroyed him up there.
I mean, JD lied, so if he needed to lie to quote unquote destroy him. Like,
Did Tim lie at all?
up there? No. What you're gonna? I know what you're gonna actually bring up. I know the one fucking thing you're gonna bring up. Let's hear it.
No, go ahead. I was just asking a question.
No,
did
you asked me a
think
question. I
JD lied
answered it.
about?
What did JD lie about? Well, we were just talking about it. Were you not listening to anything we just said?
I just joined like a minute before you brought me up.
We were talking about part of it
So
while you were in here. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Asinine.
So there's one, the drilling. He said that we're not at the all-time highs of drilling. We did hit all-time highs of drilling oil under Biden.
He just misspoke. It's okay.
He was talking about the Border Patrol app and how Kamala Harris made that app to let illegals in, but that was made under the Trump administration.
He also talked about he made up bullshit numbers for how many undocumented immigrants are in the country. He also lied about how many border crossings are happening now versus under Trump. He also lied about Trump, saving Obamacare, when he tried to fucking repeal it and he was stopped. He also lied about, what else did he lie about? He lied. Oh, yeah. You mentioned the CBP thing, asinine. And John, I know what you're going to say. Go ahead. Say it.
No, what I'm going to say is, would you agree that more immigrants have come into the country under Biden-Harris 3.5 years versus Trump's 4?
John, I would. And you know why, right? Because the fucking COVID pandemic occurred and migration was basically stopped all around the world. And yeah, you understand the policy that was under Biden's administration for most of it is the policy that was put into place under Trump, correct? And that Biden attempted to extend Title 42, which was the COVID era policy that basically shut everything the fuck down. And the conservative Supreme Court, the majority of which, again, conservatives, were the ones who did not allow Biden to extend Title 42. And then Biden, you understand what I'm saying, right, John?
You're saying a lot, but yeah, I'm following.
And you understand? Okay,
But
great.
understand
So, and
that,
you
like,
understand that
the
there was a
Democrats want
bipartisan. You understand?
immigrants.
You understand that there was a bipartisan border bill up in Congress that was presented by Republicans, which Democrats were ready to fucking pass with them. Which, by the way, gave you everything you supposedly want, like limit to asylum seekers. It did actually, John. It did.
What
It
else
limited.
was in the bill? Money for
It limited.
Ukraine?
It limited. Okay, John.
There was so much stuff in the bill. It wasn't just a border bill.
Time out real quick. This is a revisionist history, okay?
Yeah.
At the time, no one was talking about this because Ukraine was in the money. A month and a half later, we funded Ukraine. It wasn't about funding Ukraine that was the problem. It's Trump called people and told them to shut it down because he wanted to run on it for an election issue.
Yeah.
We have quotes from Mitch
John.
McConnell. We have quotes from Ted Cruz openly stating this.
And Langford and
Well, yeah,
and also John.
Democrats
John.
let
Okay, so
20 million people in.
John. So no, again, 20 million. You're pulling that number out of your ass. You can look up the CBP figures. Those are fake numbers. So you can stop right there. Also, John. So you're saying, John. No. John. John. You're saying. The
You
average.
talk the whole time. And
Yeah,
anytime I
this is
say
my
something, you
life.
keep saying,
Welcome.
John, 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 John.
Yeah, because you keep trying to
No wonder
interrupt
there's
me.
30 people.
You keep trying to interrupt me, John.
Because you're a typical woke liberal.
Oh, did I trigger you? So
You're
I
interrupting
tricked.
me. I'm not.
No, you're interrupting me. It's my fucking life. So you said, John, that the reason that Republicans tanked their own border bill, mind you, that they introduced was because of Ukraine. So they basically agreed to not shut down.
I didn't say that at all.
You did actually, because you said, "Oh, it had more than just the border stuff. It had
I
Ukraine.
Said there was
you had
other things.
okay, and you named Ukraine funding.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that was
there's a
it.
bunch of stuff in the
No,
bill.
there
It was not
wasn't. It
just
was
the
just-
border.
It's
bill.
just Ukraine and the border. That's all that was in there. And if you can find a source that says otherwise, please find it. You
And they
won't. But
funded Ukraine a month and a half
so
later,
yes.
clearly
So
Ukraine
John,
did it.
what you're saying is that you're okay with the border not being shut down and none of those things being passed because there was funding for Ukraine in that bill. But in the end, oh great. Thanks for reporting me. Cool. I will have to boot you if you're gonna. Okay, someone fucking is.
But why do you assume it's?
So
I'm not even reporting you. I'm just trying to talk.
So-
but you won't let me talk.
So the fucking who is this dude trying to join? The border bill. So what you agree is basically you're cool with them not passing any of the things that you claim you wanted the border bill, or that you claim you want done at the border, because there was funding for Ukraine. But instead, Republicans passed funding for Ukraine without getting anything for the border. Okay, that sounds great. Then, by the way, Biden used executive orders to pass everything that was in that border bill that he could. He passed everything in that border bill that was within his power with executive orders, including limiting, setting a maximum number of like asylum seekers per week, per day, depending on like the ratio, whatever. And now border crossings are at their fucking lowest level, even lower than when Trump left office. So, if you love these limits to the fucking...
You can't set the record. So they let so many of them in, and then they bring it down, and they're like, "Oh, look, we did a great job." But you just admitted more came in under Biden, and he's not even done yet.
John,
came in under
so
Trump.
do you want to?
We need to put America.
Do you not understand,
finish,
John?
You rant for minutes.
Yeah, it's my live. I get to rant. I get to fucking listen to.
Brianna,
Yeah, that's not my name.
Brianna.
Oh, you're illiterate.
Brianna.
You're illiterate. Oh, got it.
What's your name then?
Brenna. BRENNA is right. Yeah. Oh, I triggered you.
You look like a Taylor Swift Swiftie that graduated
Do
with a
I?
bachelor's degree in like gender studies from a
Do
liberal
I?
college.
Well, thank you. That's actually a fucking
in your parents'
high
basement.
fucking compliment. Oh, I triggered him. Oh.
What are
Come
you,
on,
about
insult me
38
more.
years old?
I'm actually 73.
John, real question.
I look
man.
real
Why-
good for my
why
age.
so angry? Why such a snowflake?
I'm not angry at all.
You sound
Brianna
you
just
sound
doesn't
pretty
like anybody
fucking
talking
triggered.
and gets upset.
Oh
What's
yeah,
the
you want to
point of the
use
insults
you don't
then?
want to use my real name because like you understand that that's like
Purpose.
what fucking
Maybe I'm illiterate.
kindergartners
You have
do.
no idea.
Well, it sounds like
It
you
sounds
are.
like Brianna. You're
Wow.
triggered. It sounds like you're a snowflake because I got your name wrong.
Me? You're the one who's like trying to upset me by insulting me.
You're the one that keeps like correcting me, Brenna. It's
Yeah,
okay.
because
You
you're
keep saying
using
John, John, John over
incorrect.
again, so I'm doing it
Because you're
back to
using
you.
incorrect fucking. You're lying up here. So yeah, we fact check here. That's literally like our motto.
Yeah,
What did I lie about?
So just real quick, I'd just like to say on the idea that the Ukraine was the reason that it wasn't passed. They passed funding for Ukraine in April, and the border bill with Ukraine was shot down in February. So 2 months later, they passed the Ukraine funding anyway. So
Okay, cool.
Thank
do
you.
understand what this
739.
world's
Same
turning
with
into?
Biden and Harris. They literally stopped Trump's border bills. That doesn't make sense, dude, because that does not make sense. Trump has not been in office while Biden
Bro,
and
she needs a
Harris.
therapist. Quick.
Do you wanna be a grown up and sit quietly while people are talking, or
No,
do
you can be a grown up and sit quietly, or
Jesus.
just have
You
your
want a number
therapist
for my
session by
therapist?
yourself.
Do you want a
Okay,
number for
so 739-937. You're saying same with Biden and
Sorry,
Harris. They
Brianna,
literally
Brianna.
stopped Trump's border bills. That doesn't make sense.
Brianna,
Trump
can I
has not
talk?
been, and you can't. I will.
Brianna.
I'll boot you if you stop unless you
Brianna.
stop interrupting me, John.
God, don't
Stop
boot
being
me.
a little baby, a little
Please
baby.
don't, Brianna.
Oh, you don't know how to fucking
Brianna.
okay.
Brianna,
So
please.
Trump
Brianna.
has not been in fucking office since Biden and Harris were fucking, in office. So Trump has not had any. Yeah, congratulations. So Trump has not had any border bills. He's not had any bills. Also, by the way, bills are congressional things. They're pieces of legislation in Congress. So I don't know how you think Trump had a border bill that they fucking stopped. In fact, but I know you didn't, John, but you're not listening. I'm speaking to a fucking commenter who I addressed by their username.
You don't ever be. It's hard to.
Yeah. Okay. If you're not going to be an adult, dude, like you're pointless to have up here. Once you cool off and you're like ready to listen, I'll let you back up, big guy. I'll let you back up.
Yeah, that guy's nothing.
I'm happy to have people who like disagree on here. Yeah, John, I know. I usually have a lot more in here, but we're fucking winding down. I was really ready to hop off because guess what I got? I got the book that's all about your fucking boy's P-tape. And this is what I'm reading tonight. This is getting released in October. This book is getting released in October.
When you have 200 followers, how are you going to clown view counts?
Oh, you have 200 followers? Oh, you should try going live. Oh, you can't. Oh, oh no. Okay. How many people do you have on your lives?
You can't even go live. How are you hidden from outside?
Oh, sorry. I have some people on YouTube that I've been ignoring. Vance sounded nicer than Kyle. He started to talk to. I mean, Christino, Vance lied a lot. That's the problem. He was up there spreading misinformation. He said a lot of stuff that sounds great, but is literal bullshit. I let you talk, John, but while I'm talking, here's the thing. You're not entitled to speak while I'm speaking. You're just not. And the fact that you're unable to understand that. I mean, literal kindergartners learn that they're not supposed to talk when the teacher's talking. It's just fucking. I think there's a follower requirement for going live. Nuz.
I think it's 600.
It's 1K. Lord Dragon says it's 1K. Yeah. Which reminds me, guys, follow my alt account so I can go live with that one if this one gets banned. Please. It's at perez.brenna if you want to find me on there. There's only 50 followers on that one, so I can't go live on it. Yeah. Let's see if I'll do comments.
You know, I've still yet to hear a conservative say it was bad that Trump shot that border bill down.
Oh, yeah, no, they'll just come up with excuses. I told John that if he was ready to, not be rude and keep speaking over me, I'd let him back up once he calms down. But...
yeah, it's rare to find a Trumper who will engage honestly.
I've had them up here before. We've had great, but I will say ever since Kamala became the fucking nominee, they've been freaking the fuck out and been a lot less able to have an adult conversation where they're not losing their fucking mind.
Oh, immediately. It was so bad. It went from this is elderly abuse, Biden needs to step down, to Kamala gets in and they're it's a coup, this is unfair, how could you do this?
Yeah.
It's you can't play both sides, brother.
No, Christina. So someone on YouTube thinks that JD Vance was telling the truth. He was lying, Christina. I don't know how long you've been in here, but we just went over some of his lies. Just wasn't telling the details. No, he lied. He literally lied. He lied about Trump saving the ACA. He literally tried to overturn it. He lied about how many undocumented immigrants are in this country. He literally pulled a number out of his ass. He said 20 to 25 million, which is he's the first person to say that. Last time Trump said 20 million. Before that, they were saying it's 12 million. None of these numbers have ever been fucking verified by actual fucking numbers, mind you. What else? He said
that's the reason housing is up.
That's the reason housing is up. Yeah, that's not actually why it's up, and it's been proven. that is not. He said, what did he say?
Though I will say I didn't like Tim Walz's answer about like corporations buying houses and how that's like.
Why are you calling
the
me an
main
idiot,
driver.
dude? Christina, chill. Relax. Relax. You don't have to call me an idiot.
Someone's a little angry.
I mean, I think it depends, Lord Dragon, on what you're referring to. Because if we're talking about the border, yeah, I think their policy on setting limits to asylum seekers, that is more conservative, obviously. I will say it's not like that is kind of like a band-aid to the issue, because the big issue is that they're not processing asylum seekers nearly quickly enough in this country. So you need to fund the system, the immigration system that processes asylum seekers in order for it to be able to process as many as there are more quickly. Right now, the wait time is an average of 2 fucking years. So when asylum seekers come in here, both legitimate and illegitimate ones, it takes 2 years for them to be processed, which means that's 2 years that they are living in the United States, are not able to leave, are not able to legally work, are not able to legally, own, rent, anything, and are therefore like dependent on us while they wait to find out if they're going to be allowed to legally remain in the country or not, or deported. So if you like deportations, you should be all for funding the actual process, the processing part of the system, because that would get, illegitimate asylum seekers out of the country faster, deported faster. And if you're, and it would also, by the way, yes, the ones who are legitimate asylum seekers would be approved more quickly. The majority of them are not approved, mind you. The majority of them are deported, but you can't just pick up a random person and deport them unless you process them. But the process right now takes 2 fucking years. So if Republicans would finally fucking fund the actual immigration system, then they would be able to clear all that out, and you would not have as much of a fucking issue with asylum seekers waiting around for 2 years, unable to work legally and all this stuff. Like it would fucking solve the problem. But instead, what they're trying to do is put a Band-Aid on it and just limit the number of asylum seekers, but like not do anything about the actual processing them, which doesn't fix anything. It doesn't fix anything.
I'd also like to say, Lord Dragon, I don't think we're moving further right. I think we're kind of going more center, right? Like when we look back at like Obama had a pretty like hard immigration stance. He deported a lot of people. That's why the conservatives would call him the deporter in chief, because like they'd cry about it back then, but now they're okay with it. So like,
yeah,
I think Obama at the time had the most deportations in history, and
yeah.
I think he might have even had more yearly than Trump did.
Yes, I believe
per
so.
year.
I believe so. Which, like,
I think it was like 5 million or something like that. Maybe 4.5.
What process is required without proof of citizenship? What do you mean, Roger? What process is required? Are you talking about immigration process? Immigration process by definition means you don't have citizenship. By definition. You're asking what is the process for an asylum seeker? All asylum seekers by definition do not have citizenship. I'm assuming that you're just asking what the fucking asylum process is. So the process is people arrive in the United States. They ask for asylum, right? Political, whatever. The U.S., because it has entered into agreements with other countries, has agreed to take in asylum seekers. But obviously, it has only agreed to take in legitimate asylum seekers. So in order to judge whether an asylum request is legitimate or not, the request gets like processed, and they have to provide like proof of like their fear of this, if they're being, persecuted in their home country, all this kind of stuff. It's kind of like a court case sort of, but not as involved, right? It's like when you petition the court for something, it's, same kind of thing. But because there's such a backlog of it, right now it takes 2 years for a single fucking asylum seeker's application to be processed. And while they're an asylum seeker, they are here legally. An asylum seeker who has not been processed is legally here. It's not an illegal immigrant. That is a legal but undocumented immigrant. and they have to wait. They cannot legally work in this country, which means that they can't legally rent a home. They can't legally buy a home. They can't legally engage in the economy, which means that they are left basically fucked, where they're not paying into taxes, but they're also you got to shelter them and feed them in some way. So then they're entitled to services, to aid and whatnot. And it would be fucking awesome if we funded the system so that there was not as much of a backlog. You would not have all these unable to work asylum seekers who have not yet been processed. And it would fucking fix everything. That's
Are you
it.
telling me asylum seekers aren't allowed to rent? I thought renting was a protected thing that even a non-citizen can rent.
Sorry, what? What's up?
I thought undocumented immigrants could get rent a place.
I mean, legally, yes, but it's also very difficult. There are ways for them to do it, but personally for me, for example, I've never been able to rent an apartment without giving my social security number and having them check my credit and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
I could be tripping, but I thought it was illegal to refuse someone based on their citizenship. I could be wrong on this though.
Yeah, no, it is. Yes, but landlords are allowed to not rent to people if they can't pass a credit check. Landlords don't have to rent to the first person who applies. They can reject someone if they don't have a background check or a credit check or whatever. Not based on fucking, whatever.
I'd also like to just go back real quick. I fact checked myself on the Obama thing.
Also, Fletch, stop trying to justify single men coming over. Sorry, I just want to address this. Fletch, you don't understand this. No one's fucking justifying shit. If you want to deport people, you have to process them. That is how that fucking works, dude. If you want to deport people, all you deportation hungry, conservatives, you don't get to just pick up people, toss them in a van and kick them out of the country. You actually have to process them. There's because you have to find out if you're actually allowed to deport them in the first place. Yep. That's not, it's just fucking nuts that you guys are so into deporting people and you don't know how that works. Learn how it fucking works so you can ensure it happens more, dude.
Yeah, so that's actually.
I'm not lying, Fletch. You just don't know how things work. That's not my fault that you're uneducated.
So it seems like deportations increased under Obama because they included catch and release, where they would fingerprint the people and document them so they could have criminal charges on the people. And then when they released them, that counted as a deportation, which in previous administrations it wouldn't have. So if that had counted in previous administrations, then previous ones would have deported more. So it actually seems like Obama's was higher because of renaming of the definition of it.
Yeah, Fletch, you're just a Russian bot, obviously.
I believe it's the same.
No, Fletch, I'm actually pretty fucking educated. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Fletch, you're uneducated. You can leave. Stop. You're a fucking Russian bot. Everyone fucking knows that you're a Russian bot, dude.
The exact source. I just went to a
yeah, this is all on Customs and Border Patrol, dude. You ignore. We can mute the fucking bot. Yeah, it turns out most fucking conservative people online are fucking Russian bots and trolls. And if you literally just have 20 fucking followers, you're a fucking bot, dude. Christino, yes, I am biased. I have my own beliefs for sure, but I also have facts on my side. My opinions have been developed based on the facts. I dare you to fucking find an actual official source that contradicts anything of what I just said. You won't be able to. The border numbers are those are all coming from CBP and stuff. How am I speaking down on people? Because I can, because it's a free fucking country. You know how people like you want free speech and stuff? Free speech includes me speaking down to people like you. Just like you called me an idiot, Christino. You called me a fucking idiot, and now you're upset that I'm speaking down to people who are lying, who are spreading misinformation. You called me an idiot because you didn't like what I fucking said. Zip it, dude.
Captain Unalive, the fact that you don't think the Russian bots exist on every social media is insane. They're everywhere.
Captain Kill scrolled across his feed, and first thing they said is Russian bots just had lost. I mean, it's fucking funny, Captain Kill. So you clearly don't pay attention to actual news and facts that are coming out. Roger, you know what's amazing? Anecdotal evidence doesn't disprove actual data. You can stare at the fucking southern border all you want. That doesn't actually illustrate shit. That's anecdotal fucking evidence. That doesn't mean anything. People who think that just because they can look at the border somehow means that they know more about the actual fucking data is like nuts to me. Hi, Callie streaming. What's up?
Salutations. I go by
And I'm
Mr. J.
Spanish, gilipollas. Who gives a fuck? Me da igual. Te vas a venir aquí, me vas a insultar, and you're gonna be fucking mad? Like, dude, vete ya.
Well, first and foremost, I just wanted to say, as a fellow Perez, I wanted to come in and support.
Oh, nice.
So,
Welcome.
mi gente.
Mi gente. Bienvenido, Pérez.
Hey. Sorry, I don't really speak to many people in Spanish, so.
Okay.
Pero gracias, señorita. Y I just really want to say thank you for your bravery and encourage you in your endeavor and in your life. And I do the same thing. I just want to give a little background story. I did initially fall for the liberal Hollywood media BS about Trump being xenophobic and racist and all that. And when and so I did more research, and the more I found, I had no reason to vote for Kamala Harris.
Why?
Especially how
What's
weird
that?
she came into position.
What's that? Like, well, let's talk about it, Callie. You don't think Trump is xenophobic or anything like that, but you think Kamala is, I guess? Or you don't have any reason to vote for Kamala. Okay. So let's talk about it.
No,
What are the...
Could I ask you a question, Callie?
Yeah,
So
you can refer to me as Mr. J.
Mr. J, you said?
I'm going to call you
Mhm.
Callie because I just
Okay.
read the username off, but...
Okay, Mr. J.
Well, I don't go by Callie, but okay.
What's your username? I read the usernames. If you don't go by Callie, you should change your username because I just read it.
It doesn't let you, though.
Okay, Mr. J, listen to me. When Trump said, I want to ban Muslims coming from certain countries, but I'd consider the Christian ones coming in, is that xenophobic?
It's xenophobic, and you're not acknowledging that it's not about racial profiling, it's about criminal profiling coming from a specific group of demographic of
Criminal
individuals.
profiling using what?
You're talking about
Profiling
I mean, I'm
on
trying
what?
to answer. Do you just interrupt people, or you just want to hear yourself
He
talk?
asked you criminal
Well, you said it's not
profiling
racial
using what?
profiling. You said it's criminal profiling. If I'm like criminally profiling black people, that's still racial profiling.
We're not
right?
talking about now. You're talking about like what, race or religion? Which
No,
one is it?
Callie, we're talking about xenophobia. Don't act like you don't understand the comparison.
moving the pole.
No, Callie, no, don't act like you don't understand comparison. Come on, let's be adults here.
Well, I'm not trying to downplay
Christina,
anybody. I'm
what
just like-
fucking? Christina just called me a stupid bitch.
You did
That's so
acknowledge it
funny.
was xenophobic,
Oh, you
correct?
triggered? Triggered?
You did acknowledge it was xenophobic, correct?
I'm not acknowledging anything. You're just trying to have a cute little aha moment.
No, Callie, we're having a fucking conversation. Do you want to actually like talk about the issues, or are you gonna get mad every time someone calls you out on your bullshit, dude? Come on.
Wow. Okay. So like, I didn't come in here to be disrespectful, but I mean, if that's your attitude,
Dude, no. Callie, we're going to challenge what you say. You're acting as though asinine pushing back on some of your claims and questioning your beliefs is like somehow wrong and disrespectful. And I'm saying, no, if you're going to come up here and talk, you're going to get some of the things that you say challenged. And don't act like you're like people are being ridiculous by doing that.
I was trying to answer, but I keep getting interrupted. So
now.
Make your answer. How is it not xenophobic?
So again, you're talking about a demographic of people that, you know, just like Egyptians say, we can't tell certain people apart from the tea people. So again, if we're talking about certain situations, certain scenarios, again, it wouldn't be xenophobic because, again, we're protecting our citizens. More importantly, there are enemies of America that come to this country to They're not about assimilation. It's not the 1980s. It's not the 1990s anymore. The demographic of people that come over through, specifically the southern border, are not people from South America, Mexico. They're talking about military-age men. I mean, recently there was a story. I think it was in the state of Illinois about illegal platforms by Chinese immigrants. So
Chinese immigrants are coming in through the southern border, Kelly. Chinese immigrants are coming in through the southern border.
Well, I'm not specific on where those specific Chinese immigrants came
Oh,
from, but
okay.
It's not uncommon that those Chinese immigrants do come from the southern border. But those specific ones from that story from Illinois, I'd have to do more research and to answer
Can
the
I ask
question.
you? Can I ask you a question? The vast majority, like, and I'm putting a huge emphasis on the word vast. The vast majority of school viewers and presidential unaliving attempts have been white males.
Republicans too.
Conservative white
White
males.
males, but I just want to say, hold on. Let me ask my question.
Well, he
been white
interrupted. Why
males.
can't I interrupt?
No one's. Callie,
I'm
chill.
saying this to also him, so that's fine. Just chill, buddy. The vast majority
the way I
of
talk. Sorry.
Hold on, Callie. Let me
I go
speak.
by Mr. J. Don't call me Kelly.
It wasn't
It's
Cats
your
and Kill.
username, and I'm looking at it right now. What is it? Should I say the whole thing? Callie streaming. Callie streaming. Yeah, Callie.
It's Callie.
Call you Callie. It's fine.
Okay.
Dude, if you don't like people using your username, change your fucking username. Like, this is what we do here.
It's the name of the streaming service. It's not my name, but okay.
What streaming service?
Again, I told you too. I can't change it.
All right. So, the vast majority of school viewings and presidential unaliving attempts are white males. Why is it only important to protect against a certain type of T-ism, T groups, and not another?
I totally agree with you. We should scrutinize
because what you said. Well, hold on, because what you said was we have to protect our citizenry, and
you're not about
huge
protecting
percentage of hold on. We have to protect our citizenry, and a huge percentage of Muslims that are coming into this country are Teists.
No, he started about Muslims. I didn't start anything about Muslims.
So why is it only important to racially profile brown people, but not the white people?
Well, those are your statements and those are your ideologies. So I don't know where you guys are getting that from. But I wasn't even saying anything about that.
Then let me ask you a different question then, right? So why shouldn't we criminally profile, as the words you would use, the white people for school pew-pewings? Why shouldn't we profile them? Why would that
Thank
not
you,
be
Rex.
okay?
You're not going to get a counter argument from me. I'm in agreement. They
Okay,
should
so-
scrutinize people specifically.
Okay, cool. So Callie.
This is insane. This is insane.
Okay, cool. So, so if that's true, you know that immigrants commit crime at lower rates than American citizens, right? So, in fact, if we wanted to lower crime,
Wait, hold on. Statistically speaking, you're talking about numbers that, like, in comparison, that are documented. Now, but you're not addressing things that are not being addressed or documented by the media, particularly like when it's
no, it's not documented by Callie. It's not documented by the media. It's actual like numbers, like crime stats coming from like police and stuff.
So statistically speaking, the numbers that are present, you're talking about American citizens that exponentially do more like murders.
More crime. Please watch your language. Watch your language on here. Watch your language on here. The app does not like violent language, so you have to use euphemisms.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. It doesn't like freedom of speech.
Well, it's a private company. It doesn't have to, you know. Same, just like Elon blocks people from Twitter whenever the fuck he wants. Yeah, no, it's a private company. They can literally, they can censor whatever the fuck they want, just like Truth Social does, just like Elon Musk does. It's annoying, but that's not. Yeah, it's what people fucking do.
We all agree we like freedom of speech, I guess. Right?
Freedom of
Sure.
speech is freedom of speech against the government. That's how freedom of speech works.
Well, that's
Read the Fifth Amendment.
freedom of speech. Yeah, the constitutionally protected freedom of speech is actually just your freedom of speech. You're protected from censorship by the government, but a private company can censor you when you're using their fucking platform all they want. It's just Yeah.
or in their business or anything.
But
like
okay,
that.
but yeah, no. Let's get back to the fucking thing. Yes. Just use non-violent words, please.
I'd also
Okay.
Sorry, you go. My bad.
You like farts? What?
Your claim is that we're using numbers, but then there must be so many more crimes
Yeah,
happening
you
by
were. Why were
migrants
you
that aren't
saying?
documented crimes. That's your claim, and if
No,
that's
it's not
your
a claim.
What's your claim then,
and
Cal?
if that's your claim, there are so many crimes by white people who are just brushed under the rug
No,
because
these are
they're
your
white
guys'
and they
words.
get
I'm not
away with
saying
No,
it.
no,
any
no.
of
I
that
want to hear.
nonsense.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So, Callie, so what is your response to that? American citizens commit crime at way higher rates than immigrants.
Well, again, that's what's being reported.
Well, no.
So what
Okay,
we're
so
focusing
Callie.
on.
So, Callie, it's not just reported, though. That's what crime stats show. So, Callie, if you're going to say that you have knowledge that exists outside of any fucking proof, like, now we're going to have a problem, right? Like, we have to actually use,
No,
like,
I
documented.
I could provide you irrefutable proof.
Let's fucking hear it then.
Yes.
All right, so I have a friend in the LAPD officer, and he specifically tells me about these situations and scenarios that are not being reported by the media. You know,
Okay, no, we're not
so
talking about the
tonight-
media, Callie. We're not talking again, Callie.
Related
Again,
to
we're
some
not,
stuff.
guys. Please, I'm gonna.
Well, not
you.
just the media, but those that are officially holding,
trust me, bro.
counting everything.
So, Callie, yeah, you want us to believe you, but let's say that we did believe you. You understand, Callie? Callie, okay, Callie. Firstly, you're not asking us to believe an LAPD officer. You're asking us to believe you when you say something about an LAPD officer, and just trust me, bro. Hi, straight edge.
Well,
So,
that's just one example.
So, okay, Callie, well, it's anecdotal at best, but let's say that you're telling the truth, right? Let's say that your LAPD friend. Well, you have plenty of reason to lie, obviously. You do. Callie, yeah, you do. You are trying to push misinformation to support your own beliefs. Yeah, you have plenty of reason to lie, but whatever. I'm saying, let's assume that you are telling the truth and that your friend is telling the truth. Callie, do you want to fucking listen to my point or do you want to whine? Thank you. So let's say, no, you're interrupting me once again. You're interrupting me. I'm trying to fucking respond to you, dude. Come on. Why is it always men interrupting me? Come on. Like, we're fucking adults here. I'm speaking. You can see me speak. You can hear me speak. You can be quiet for a little bit. So I am saying, let's assume that what you are saying is true, that you are telling the truth, and let's assume that your LAPD officer friend is telling you the truth. He's saying, oh man, there's so much crime that's not getting reported in these stats. You know what that means? That means that he, the LAPD officer, is the one who is not reporting it when it is his duty to report those crimes and include them in the crime stats. So if he is underreporting it, he is the one who is fucking lying to make himself look better at his fucking job. So if he is fucking acknowledging that to you, he's the one who's literally fucking with the numbers. So, that would put him in a lot of fucking trouble, let's just say. That would make him the fucking problem for not reporting crimes to the FBI. Is that what you're saying? Is that your claim?
Let me just.
No, that's okay. So you're telling me that they're not even talking about the lack of cadets or new officers that are being implemented in the LAPD.
Cadets and officers don't have to do with reporting crimes. Okay, we're talking about crime reports.
You said not to interrupt.
I can interrupt. Okay. It's my live.
So again,
we're talking about crime reports.
Okay, fair enough. You're right. Tit for tat.
We're talking about crime reports.
So, okay. So again, you're talking about things that supposedly that he's not reporting. That's not true at all. It is being reported. It is being documented.
Okay, so it is.
The problem is again, it's not being released. The information to American citizens, to the general populace.
No, Callie. So that's not how. Not how crime reporting works. That's not how crime reporting works.
No, but you were saying earlier, like for example, like TikTok, it has its rules and policies. That's the same thing with the media.
No, Callie. That's not how. Callie. That's not how crime reporting fucking works, dude. Police departments collect. We're talking about actual crime statistics. We're not talking about like news articles and stuff. We're talking about the actual crime statistics collected by fucking government agencies, okay? actual numbers. So that is not, so it's not up to the, so do you want, so I'm explaining it to you because you obviously don't know how it works. When police departments take reports, they then report those crimes to a fucking national database that the FBI, the federal fucking government Bureau of Investigation collects, and then they release a national fucking collection of numbers, and that data is national. So my point is, those crime stats are being included and reported to the fucking FBI, and they are part of the official fucking numbers. And if they are not, it's because your LAPD friend is refusing to actually do what he has to do, which is report those crimes to the fucking national, registry of all fucking crimes. It has nothing to do with the media.
Could I get the big screen for a second?
The problem with that ideology is that you're not
It's not an
acknowledging
ideology.
that I just specifically said he is reporting it.
Okay, so Callie, so that's the point. So Callie, so you are proving my point. So if he's reporting all of them, then we have accurate numbers, and the accurate numbers show that Americans.
The accurate numbers.
Oh, okay. So either is he reporting them accurately or is he not to the database?
He said they're being hidden
So
from
the
the
collected information.
They're not being
isn't
hidden by the
completely accurate
public.
because there are things-
They're not being the numbers are available. They're not being.
There are things that are.
Can I get the big screen?
There are things that are falling under the radar that are not being reported, and more
By
importantly,
whom, Callie?
Again, I keep explaining the media. I'm explaining the media specific because that's
But it's not the media. We're not talking about the media, dude. We're talking about crime statistics. Callie, the crime statistics are made available by the FBI. You don't need the media to access crime statistics. I believe the fucking crime statistics, dude. That is the best fucking.
Project Mockingbird?
Oh my fucking God, Callie. So either you don't fucking dude, the actual official stats, you know that the stats that the FBI is releasing are the stats that are coming from the police officers. So I'm saying to you, if you don't believe the FBI, it's because you don't believe the LAPD officers like your friend. So that's what I'm trying to clarify. If the numbers are inaccurate, it's because of people like your friend who are claiming that they're inaccurate. But if they're inaccurate, it's because your friend and people like him are not reporting them accurately. It's the simple fucking thing.
A weak argument.
No, it's actually the entire fucking argument. It's not even an argument, dude. It's how fucking stats work.
It's not even an argument. It's just literally explaining how the stats are reported.
I've got the
It's
stats
not even an argument.
Oh my God.
Differentiate between who's talking and what's being actually said and validity of truth.
The stats.
Because the disingenuous stance that you're saying, okay, let's go by what the FBI says, but you don't even understand the term like Project Mockingbird.
Okay, so Callie, just
oh my
real quick,
God,
can you tell
dude,
me why you know better than the National
Way to
Institute
pivot.
of Justice? Do you think you know better than them?
I will just ask you this: do you know what Project Mockingbird is?
No, I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't, Callie. But I don't know why that has anything to do with fucking data and crime stats.
You guys tried, it was absolutely.
And do you know what COINTELPRO is? Do you know what black box things are? Do you know what was it black box warrants? No, I'm proving a point that I'm proving a fucking point. Yeah, you don't crime stats are such a simple. Oh, Callie. Oh, you're a woman-hating racist, dude. And I'm sure it's because you're fucking insecure about your inability to hold down a job, dude. Okay, bye. Dude, if you don't understand how fucking basic numbers work, sorry, Andrew, let me fucking cook for a second. If you don't understand how basic fucking numbers work, like crime statistics are reported, and you want to pretend like you don't fucking understand how basic it is, and you want to pretend that basic stats are affected by the media has nothing to fucking do with crime stats and how they are reported to the actual fucking larger database. We can't even, it is such a fucking non-starter, and it just proves that you don't care about facts. You want to collect whatever little tidbits you can to support your fucking hate. And I'm sorry that you hate yourself so much that you want to find someone else to hate more than your own fucking self. But the facts aren't going to adjust themselves to fit your insecurities, dude. It's so fucking basic. Basic fucking numbers that we can look up and verify. And if that is a fucking non-starter, it's why even talk to you, dude? All right. Sorry. Hi, straight edge. Sorry.
He was bringing up like wiretapping from like the 1960s when he was
Jesus.
saying Project Mockingbird.
What the fuck does that have to do with
It's
crime
one of those things
stats?
where it's like it has nothing to do with crime stats. He's trying to be like, you know, it's just that tactic that's like you can't believe anything anyone says because once upon a time the CIA was fucked up.
And yeah, and by the way, I shit on the FBI all the fucking time. And I also, by the way, ACAB, fully. You know, but he's got a buddy who's in the LAPD. So I guess we're supposed to trust his fucking friend, the police officer, but not the other police officers. You know what I mean? Like, come on. We can fucking have conversations about data. Yeah. Go ahead.
My friend in the LAPD told me that they don't report on white people crimes. So like,
Yeah,
I don't
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of like the arrogance to like say that I know better than like these institutions with thousands and thousands of people in their professional field of expertise, crunching numbers, doing statistics, and like you know better than them because of one hearsay conversation with a cop from LA. It's like, it's insane.
Operation. Sorry, Z and Fidget Massage just laugh like no one's looking. Show question. Sorry, I've got people.
Well, the fact is, Brenna, you cooked a masterful meal, and that guy couldn't.
Thank you.
I don't even think he could microwave a Hot Pocket.
Yeah, quite possibly. I've got some shitty person on here who's called me, like, who's repeatedly insulted me. By the way, Christino, you know what's fucking funny about Jill Stein, Miss supposed fucking climate activists? I have been embedded with the largest fucking climate activist groups in the country for the fucking entire summer, and none of them like her. None of them have ever seen her at a single fucking protest. None of them would say people should vote for her. That is the team, like that is supposedly her entire fucking platform, and none of them like her. Like the fucking irony. But sure, yeah, Jill Stein's gonna fucking win. Whatever. Russian plants. Got it.
Yeah, I voted for Jill Stein in 2012, and I tried to volunteer in the, she obviously didn't win, and I tried to volunteer, and I lived in Washington, D.C. at the time, capital of America. I tried to volunteer for the Green Party, like, between elections, and they, like, packed up and left like a fucking local carnival. I could not find a place in Washington, D.C. to volunteer and try to, like, door knock for them. Because they just run for president every 4 years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the thing. I mean, she could be doing something to help, but literally no one that she supposedly even agrees with. Oh, Callie wants to come back up. After you rage quit? Okay. Dude, his phone died? Okay. We can let him up if we want to. But wait, sorry. I'm just trying to, like, fucking... If someone wants to approve him, please do. Sorry, I'm trying to work on something else. I'm trying to find something.
Also, why was Jill Stein at the table with Vladimir Putin?
Was she?
She getting paid by Russia?
Probably. That's the fucking accusation. Someone accepted you, Callie. It's taking you a second.
In a really weird interview recently, she couldn't even say that Vladimir Putin committed war crimes.
Really?
Yeah, I saw that.
Jesus.
It was like Dodge City. She was like dodging answering whether or not, it was awful. I mean, it was like what does he have against you, kind of a like dodge. It was like JD Vance tonight saying that not able to answer whether or not Trump lost in 2020. It was like, obviously you're trying not to answer kind of stuff. It was really crazy.
Of course.
Yeah, it's one of those questions where you'll have bad repercussions if you answer correctly.
Let me see.
By the way, I think that the refrain tonight and forever on all social media posts and platforms and just everything everyone should be repeating is the JD Vance did way better than Donald Trump did in his debate. Both debates.
I know. That's fucking funny.
He did way better. Can they switch?
Oh, we lost
can
him.
Trump be the VP? Can Trump be the VP? I think that would be way better for the Republicans.
It might be.
No. They would get crushed. And Trump would never give up power.
No, I know, but it will drive him crazy if that's what everyone is saying.
I know. That would be fucking funny. Oh boy. All right, I kind of want to go.
All I want is for Trump to make a statement tomorrow that says like, JD Vance did very good, but he's not as good as me. He's not as good as me.
Oh my
I
God,
did
yeah.
way better.
That would be fucking funny. That would be perfect.
He already said once the vice president does pretty much nothing. He's not important.
He did. Jesus.
I mean, but to be frank, but to be frank, JD Vance did upstage Trump tonight. Like, truly, if you're just like talking about like debate performance and you're not talking about lies and stuff like that, just like how
he
came
did.
across
Absolutely.
on TV.
Absolutely.
JD Vance swamped Trump in every aspect. Every aspect.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's kind of like reading out loud in class after the kid who can't read reads, you know, like.
I know.
Trump sets a very low bar. Like, I'm sure a fourth grader could have gone out there.
All I'm saying is, don't you want Trump to like turn on TV in the morning and hear everybody saying how much better JD Vance did than he did?
I'm super looking
That's what I
forward to
want.
it. I wonder if is he like rage tweeting right now? I bet he probably is. Let me see. I don't have a fucking Twitter account because I'm not. Trump will get jealous. I'm so excited. Okay, I do want to try to read a good chunk of this book tonight, though. It is already 2 a.m. I'm going to try to speed read it. I can usually, honestly, on a good day, I could read this in a single night. So I might be able to actually finish it pretty fucking quickly. I'm a little disappointed. I was going to get off earlier, but of course, things got fun. But I wanted to post a little video being like, all right. Oh my God, I'm so excited about this. Yay. Okay. Thank you guys. I'm sorry to cut it off. I feel like, but we kind of hit all the like important things. But we will be back probably tomorrow-ish, maybe, if you guys are down.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Appreciate you.
Thank you guys. Any final thoughts you want to share?
I can't wait to hear more about it.
I know. Thank you. I hope there's something new.
My final thought is that.
Yeah, go for it.
My final thought is that when you are directing the movie called Redacted or Unredacted, the Christopher Steele story, and you're the director. Let's do it. I'll write the music for it. Let's go.
Oh my God, that would be.
I just want to say Jill Stein's an unserious candidate, but if you're considering voting for Trump, you know Jill Stein's a great candidate.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
That's a good point. There you go. Yeah, if you want to vote for Trump, just vote for Jill. Just vote for Jill. All right. Drop some Sid before reading it. I don't know what that means. All right. Thank you, Andrew. I'll be sure to let you know if there's anything juicy.
Acid? Are they saying?
Oh yeah, they
do
might
not
be.
Take acid before reading this book.
Don't do PCP. Drop some Sid before reading. Yeah, there's someone on YouTube saying that. Okay. LSD. Yeah,
YouTube
got
is the Wild West. All right,
absolute
goodbye.
Wild West. All right.
Goodbye.
Thank you again, Andrew, for being a great guest as always. And cooking some Trumpers. Thank you all in the chat. I appreciate you for engaging tonight, for being respectful for the most part, for not being hateful people. It's always great when we don't have a bunch of hateful people in here. Thank you for all the gifts, all the support. You guys keep me going. Okay. I'm gonna go read this book and hopefully have a really good fucking thing. Review. I'm hateful. Oh, Christino. You're pathetic. Bye. Oh, whoops. Oh, choke. Nice. Your comments will now be hidden, Christina. No one will ever know anything you ever have to say on my profile. Enjoy being as invisible as you feel. All right. I'm going to... I do make films, but I'm hopping off right now. Sorry, guys. You guys are catching me on the... So the book I'm going to go read is... I got an advanced copy of Unredacted by Christopher Steele. He's the guy behind the Steele dossier. So this is all the stuff behind the story of the Steele dossier and stuff. You know, all the stuff with the, like, P-tape and whatnot. I'm looking forward to it. I got an advanced copy to review, and I think it'll be fun. I'm hoping it'll have some fun stuff in there. I don't in the future, but I have used that before. I have used an Arri 16 SR. Most people in the film industry rent cameras. They don't own. But I do own an FS7, which is like a whatever cinema camera. Okay. Sorry, I'm like deciding what to shut down first. All right. Bye, TikTok. Thank you, guys. Love you. And now